good time zone. And a happy birthday to all of those around the world. The final day, the grand finale of the Ultimate Weichi tournament is here. Who's it gonna win? Wang or the bestial Sway? We're gonna probably have a longer stream today. We're gonna push through to the end. So we're gonna jump in as much as we can. Once the game finishes loading. Oh, damn. No point of order. I thought about, but I forgot to do it until right before stream. I remembered I was going to do it. I was gonna get what's his name? Use module, but I forgot. So we don't have that. Wow, it's certainly taking a lot of load, huh?
According to the schedule, you should not be resting here right now, Doctor.
Yeah, sure. No point of order. No point of order. What happened last time on First of 1,000 Autumns? Well, the Chin storyline hasn't really progressed too much. Actually, they are still in the pavilion. We learned a bit about the Chin family, though, with the conversation between Chen and Chen Chao Qian. Mainly that the Chen family have never really been that big, that important. They always kind of kept to themselves and never really had any problems in the political scene of Yen. But after the marriage with the princess Yan Jing, and then the death of the princess and Chen's father, the Chen family had a massive decline of what little they had, and kind of also became a bit of I guess, pariah to the rest of the noble families, noble houses, and whatnot. Chen Chao Qian spent some time trying to figure out like the family history and like figure out like what happened and everything, but any of the other surviving members that she would find rarely ever wanted to even talk to her. So it was a bit of a dead end in that regard. And Liang's paramour, I guess, Ning, has shown up as well. And they started catching up. But otherwise, not much has happened. Sola and Mo Yi have talked about more of the Fahrenheit history. But really, the big thing is that as some mysterious figure showed up at the end, but we don't know who they are. I'm thinking it could potentially be Chun, the elf. That's my thought. I was thinking about that, and I was like, maybe it'll be Chun the elf. And speaking of Chun the elf, who is Chun the elf? Oh, inside Sui's consciousness, we've learned a lot about Chui's history and the lead up to her demise. She was given at one point, I guess 120 years ago, specifically, right? It was 120, I think. She was given a new candle holder. A young girl named Chun, who is a elf of Yan. Who pretty quickly comes to, I guess, befriend Xie, as many of her candle holders often do. But that friendship, unfortunately, does not prevent tragedy. Most of the Yenese officials high up government fear Chui for her power. Out of all of the Sui proxies, they fear her the most since she has the capability of altering history. And there has been many attempts to try and stymie her power and also abuse her power. And the Sui proxy, or at least under perhaps the command of other government officials, convince Chuan that Chui is a threat. And when the bestial Sui begins to awaken and Wang is going to enter the tomb, well, Chui already has a plan with Wang, but involving sacrificing herself. As a way, I would also think, to kind of get out of the way, since like Yen hates her so much, pretty much. And this is actually what is also driving Wang's distaste for humans. But Chuan had whether or not she would actually listen, she at least believed she had the choice to either stop Chui or let her go through with the plan, and Chuan forsook her friendship and to let her go through with the plan. Che then revealed that she already suspected that she was going to say that, and so it didn't really matter too much, but she still made her decision. And we do learn that Chuan the Sui proxy, not the elf, learned of the plan. She did come to visit Chui, and she learned of the plan, but listened to her sister to say not to come, not to interfere with it or anything. So one of the siblings did know about it going in. And Chui actually gives Chuan the knife that can, infused with her power, that can alter history, that is stored presumably at the top of the Sky Mirror Pavilion after her death by Chuan. Now it seems to be the case. Meanwhile, Wang has entered into the final fight against the Bestial Sui in a massive, unending game of Wei Qie. And also the Grand Commandant is up to something, and has ordered Yuman to advance towards the tomb, even though they aren't supposed to at the moment, and threatened to strip Sola's father of his command of the city if he did not follow the Grand Commandant's orders. And that's what happened last time. A lot to try to remember. Golden Erasing Blade. Their words can be erased by a writing knife. Their pages burned by candle flame. Historical manuscripts are fragile, as is the history they contain. Your uniform suits you. Supervisor, Sola reporting. At ease. No need to be too uptight for your first day on the job. Better that you maintain your youthful energy. Understood, Supervisor. Do you know where we are, Sola? Upon the peaks where was the beast cornered and killed. This was the battlefield where we killed a Fairmont during the Great Hunt. But... Sola pauses, unsure if he can continue, until he sees the patient gaze of the supervisor. This was also where the countless soldiers and civilians lost their lives, where living, breathing people faded into a graveyard of lines of cold numbers, between the pages. You have realized something that many candle holders older than you do not. Carry the fire that drives out the shadow of the Farenmut, and travel amongst the people to learn their troubles. It was the first candle holder, holding a torch that discovered the existence of the Farenmuts, that made possible the war with gods which secured Yen's future. Even today, the existence of Farenmuts is only known to a select few, which makes it all the more important that the candle holder's fire remains brightly lit where shadows fall. I will do my utmost to protect the people. I am glad to see your resolve, but let me ask you again, what are the Farenmuts in your eyes? What are the proxies who live amongst us, even, or within the season, on whom we keep a constant watch. The hearts of people are fickle, the hearts of beasts even more so. Perhaps some amongst them had once aided Yen, but be it out of a whim or true sincerity. But weighing the pros or cons, ultimately, they are different from us. They are enemies. Enemies, you say? Enemies. One day before the full moon, our view. Oh, it's the supervisor, okay. Wait, unless the supervisor is Chun, that'd be a twist. Supervisor, what are you doing here? It is. She became the supervisor, dang. That question should be mine to ask. Where have you taken the token from the Garden of Grotesqueries after the placation was completed? Something was not right with that Sui regulator. And the script guys were running amok in the Sky Mirror Pavilion. I wanted to wait for the situation to settle down before seeking your counsel. Then you can give it to me here. I have heard that it was not the usual Jade Rule that was retrieved from the Garden of Grotesqueries this year. I'll bring it back to the Sway Regulator for further investigation. Aye. Acting on a subconscious instinct, So La finds himself taking a step back from his familiar superior. My. I did not think there had come a day when Candle Holder So defied his orders. Cut your crap. You're Chun, head of the Sui regulator? A Shanghai Shong member in the Skymere Pavilion. A highly ranked one, too, judging from your attire. Under normal circumstances, the patrol battalion would have faced severe penalties. And this is Lady Chen. You're Zola's boss? Though I am unworthy of this position, it is my duty. What are you doing here? Waiting for us to walk into a trap? Unfortunately, it is not you that I am waiting for. Hand over the token, Zola, and you may leave with your friends. We can discuss your association with undesirable elements later. I thought you would tell him to take me in on the spot to make up for his transgressions. We are in the courts of Yen, not some bandit camp. Fine enough for you to say. Who was it who encouraged Chia to enter the Tomb of Sway, so that the more dangerous proxy of Yin would die in Wang's place, catapulting her own career in the process? Yan would be ashamed to have a descendant like you. She knows a lot. Mo Yi, the superior is not like that. Really? Then why did she become the supervisor so soon after Chia's death? Only a thief sees thieves everywhere. Keep her mouth shut, for you are not worthy to speak her name. The Imperial Court of Vien does not pause or waver for any person or thing. All that it does is measure against the interests of Great Yen. The interests of Great Yen? It seems Lady Chen has something to say. Very well. I'll give you 3 minutes, in consideration of the risks that Sola ran to retrieve this object from the Garden of Grotesqueries. There is someone I am waiting for anyway. Ask your questions, then leave the token and leave this place. Waiting for someone. Yes, waiting for someone. Is it the proxy who holds the key? Why do you say that? Geists are running rampant throughout Paizhao, and So La is the only one who is trying to tackle the script geist at the source, and on no orders at that. The LGD was never so negligent, even when Wei Yin Wu's oversight was at its laxest. The first thing you asked about when you saw So La was not the script geists, but the token from the Garden of Grotesqueries. You seem to care nothing for your own responsibilities. The Sui regulator is not the police. Huan Baizhao is more qualified than the Sui regulator to deal with the script geists. Your goals are aligned with the Grand Commandant's. You want the writing knife. And if Mo Yi is telling the truth, no one in Paizhao is closer to the writing knife than Chun. You do the LGD proud, Superintendent. Why are you assisting the Grand Commandant's plot? What do you plan to do with Wei Yin Wu? Or have you already joined forces with him? Plot? You may have been an excellent officer of the law, Lady Chen, but it is not your place to intervene in matters of national interest. I've been to places and seen things. There's no need for grandiose words. If your plot is indeed in the interest of the nation, you should feel no shame in saying it out loud. Only those involved in political squabbles would keep bringing up national interest when questioned, beating around the bush and deflecting the question. You should be careful with your words, Lady Chen. The matters of state are complex and interconnected. It is not unusual for officials to have differing views. Your words insult all who serve the state. For 1,000 years, the Sui regulator has had one mission and one alone, to do what is best for Yin in matters pertaining to the Fahrenmuts. Nothing else matters to us. Even if the Grand Commandant's actions are indeed drastic, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. The use of the writing knife does not constitute treason. Then what is he planning? At this point, I doubt this damned old elf is gonna talk, so I'll do the talking for her. Just as I suspected, the Grand Commandant wants to rewrite history with the writing knife and completely eliminate the bestial sway. The price is the True Lung's life. But why? What does the True Lung's life have to do with destroying a Fahrenmut? We were just talking about it before we were interrupted. 1,000 years ago, the Grandmaster discovered a piece of oranginium that he presented to the True Lung as a weapon that can end the Great Hunt. Realizing its importance, the True Lung had his Hong Shi perform a ritual that linked it to the True Lung's bloodline. Henceforth, the power of the oranginium may only be harnessed by the reigning True Lung. That True Lung had a bit of a conscience, at least, and he set a condition in the ritual, probably to prevent his descendants from abusing it. The full power of the oranginium can only be unleashed by sacrificing the life of the True Lung. Hence it was given the name Bu Fan, no rebellion. But does the True Lung's life to be sacrificed really have to be the Emperor's? Why did the Grand Commandant go to such painstaking lengths to obtain this writing knife if his goal was merely a coup? You mean the Grand Commandant wants to use the writing knife to change the record of who the current True Lung is? The Grand Preceptor incited the prince to regicide. What is the truth of what happened that night? Who sent the Yulin Guard away? Who actually entered the Emperor's chambers? These things are not specified in the records. Therefore, the records of what happened that night can still be rewritten using the writing knife. If the history books and the Bufon recognize Lord Wei as the reigning true Lung, then the life of the true Lung obviously refers to Lord Wei's life. Interesting, very interesting. I had thought you were young, and thought though you may have strayed from the righteous path, you should be given a chance to right your wrongs. Regrettably, it seems I can no longer allow you to live. Not putting a show of honesty and uprightness anymore, are we? Supervisor! Hand over the token, Sola. Whatever happens after that is none of your concern. If what Mo Yi says is true, then I voice my dissent to your method, Supervisor. I cannot comply. I don't want to damage the Skymere Pavilion. Don't make me do this. You're talking to the wrong person. I have the token. Chen's vision is obstructed by several maple leaves. The lamplight sways slightly. Chen steps back and prepares to engage, only for Mo Yi to step forward and block Chen's attack. So, the supervisor of the Sway Regulator is not above sneak attacks. Like a thief. One can be subtle and reserved with words, but action must be decisive and without hesitation. It is as true in Wei Qi as it is with all things in life. Supervisor, I have read about the writing knife in the past. In Chia's hands, it can indeed alter history and greatly influence events. But we are not proxies. Our tampered historical records will never endure for long. An instant is all it takes to activate Bufon. Besides, after this, there will no longer be a disgraced deposed crown prince in Yin, only a true Lung, whose legitimacy is beyond question. Is that right? That is not the Sui Regulator's concern. Since her death, Great Yen's history is already in tatters. One more change will hardly make a difference. How can you be so sure that we cannot record history truthfully? Chen Chao Qian, Magistrate of Water of the Skymere Pavilion. I wanted to ask you as well, Supervisor. For many years, you assisted Chia in compiling history in our office. Why is it that you have now turned to tampering with history? The records of Yen are classified into 4 parts. Classics, history, philosophy, and literature. The divisions of history and philosophy may seem distinct, but even the masterwork of the one venerated as the saint of history was merely the personal treatise within philosophy. Those who follow, modeling their brushes after his style, produce what is ultimately but the statement of a single house. The House of Yen. Those writings are no more than comments after the fact. The truth has long faded into the cracks of time. How could you say that? You must have read the Saint of History's notes. Despite the imprisonment and torture, he always wrote the facts that were as they were and exposed injustice. You must have read the history tomes of the Skymere Pavilion, written by thousands of sages who poured their hearts and soul into them, striving to set the record straight, to weigh every word in judgment of right and wrong. You must have heard of unofficial historians, meticulously investigating and analyzing their sources, coveting out the court's wealth and rank, but striving only to uphold the justice for the common people. I saw with my own eyes the elders of my family dying on wheat fields of snow because they wanted to write down the truth, nay, because they were honest to themselves. Those people who wrote history with their own flesh and blood, who willingly became the flame to illuminate their truth even for a moment. Who are they to you, Supervisor? They are the writers. True and false, right and wrong, these things always depend on the stance of the writer, rather than on what is actually right. You ought to know, even with the revisions of countless esteemed scholars. The histories we read are still rife with embellishment, omission, and lies. The ironic thing is, we could not even call such things evil. The curled leaves make a sharp sound against each other, questioningly, lamentingly. Stand back, Chin Chao Chun. You are neither candle holder, nor Shanghai Chong, nor the niece of a disposed crown prince. This is not your fight. Did the Imperial Historical Cabinet truly take up responsibility for writing history after her passing? Did the Skymere Pavilion truly fulfill its duty of righting the wrongs? You are the descendant of historians. If you take up their mantle, can you truly guarantee that every word will be true for all eternity? No, you dare not shoulder this responsibility. I know about you. You wanted to change the Skymere Pavilion's culture of obsession with the analysis of ancient history while neglecting recent history. That's why you took up a minor position at the Skymere Pavilion, helping to lead by example by studying your family's history. Decades, centuries, millennia, how could you claim to speak for history when you have not borne witness to time on a scale that she knew? Stand back. The maple leaves sharpen. This time, no one saw what Chun did. All she did was wave her staff, or her sleeve even. The next instant, Chin Chao Chun is lying unconscious on the floor. Chao Jian. Supervisor. She's just unconscious. She'll wake up in a couple of hours. There's no need for her to sink any deeper into this mire. She is but an unfortunate, ordinary woman. She shouldn't have to be like you. Or like me. I hear elves live a long time. We do. You don't believe in history, or in lasting justice in people's hearts, because the one who had walked side by side with you on the long road of time died because of you. This question is not yours to ask, Chen Hui Jie. As an elf, you don't know where you came from, whether there are any of your kind left, or whether there'll ever be a home for you. My past, present, and future belong to Yen, and that involves tossing your fellows into the abyss. Having her die in Wang's place was the appropriate decision under the circumstances. This is beyond all doubt. Compiling history, recording the passage of time, have you any idea the power of these years? The power of time. The beast walks with a generous earth. She had gone one step further. Her power was rooted in words and lived in history. As long as the records of Yen continued, her power would continue to grow without end. If left unchecked, what sort of monster would have been created in the end? It would be something even more powerful, even more terrible than the sway itself. She was my mentor, My confidant, my friend, but I could not endanger Great Yin with my own selfish interests. I've seen people like you, people who abandon their friends, but long to see them again in dreams in order to beg for forgiveness. Head of the Sui Regulator, what would you do if there was a way to see her again? I warn you, do not play games with the lives of millions for the fantasies of a madman. Wang did not go into the tomb of Sui for the sole purpose of eliminating Sui. The object that he had you retrieved in the Garden of Grotesque Ways surely has something to do with his deranged plans to bring the dead back to life. I'm surprised. I thought you'd got along well with her when you were a candle holder. Isn't there a part of you somewhere that wants this plan to succeed? He already failed 120 years ago. He will fail again. Allowing him to continue on this reckless path will only lead to more disaster. How can I trust a madman who treats heaven and earth as his weighty aboard, and all lives and souls as his pieces? How can I trust a sinner who caused the death of his sister? How can I trust the obsession of a Farenmut? Because, like you, he walked this land, lived in the seasons, and vowed to become human, to become part of this land and those who live upon it. Human. Humans are humans because they live and die. This is why they shine as the candle's fleeting glow. She has lived and she has died. Wang seeks to disturb the slumber of the dead, in defiance of the laws of heaven. Even if his delusions somehow came true, how can you be sure that it is the departed herself who has returned and not a geist? A hollow puppet that only carries her image. You just don't want to believe. Things seldom go the way people want them to. The outcome may not be exactly what we want, but to be shackled by regret, and not even have the courage to take a single step, that is nothing but cowardice. You have a way with words, Chen Hui Che. But I don't see how you intend to carry out the justice you speak of. The token and the key, I am only here for them. Continue to play games with words, and I will crush you before dealing with them. Let's see who's crushing who. What about you, Tsola? I apologize, but I must cause offense. So be it. Those who stay near ink get stained. You have made some good friends, Candleholder, so do your worst.
The mung bean soup is already simmering. Whether you want your beans intact or fully dissolved depends on how.
Chuan, the elf who wanders 1,000 realms, and the fire that illuminates the long night the visitor lost in the past. The lingerer who reminisces on the departed.
So long as you're here, have some hot soup before you go.
What is she doing? She's grabbing people and killing them?
When 'tis a choice of life and death, why shouldst thou lay down thy arms?
You drawn into my plan. Why must you insist on struggling? Why must you insist on struggling?
Easy does it.
Ugh.
Warmongering as ever. Even now, you have learned nothing.
Gosh, we're gonna get overwhelmed.
You want me to handle this?
Just relax. No new ceramic artifacts coming in?
I don't know how to stop these guys. These calligraphy guys.
Admit defeat now, and spare yourself.
Cold oil into a hot one. The heat is just perfect.
Oh, you dare strike my shield?
No new ceramic artifacts coming in? Not much for me to do then.
Practice without principle is the height of folly.
Why must you insist on struggling?
Slow simmer on low heat. Patience is not optional.
Five thunders, smite the wicked.
Oh, she's got a face too.
Practice without principle is the height of folly.
Uh-oh.
Just relax.
Uh-oh.
No new ceramic artifacts
They
coming in?
teleported.
Not much for me to do then.
Spring breeze, timely rain. Now we sow the grain.
We killed her. You almost hit a bookshelf. I am no swordswoman, and I have no interest in admiring Chi Shao. But it would be a shame if your sword ruins the collection of the Sky Mirror Pavilion. But you are not confident about taking the token from me. Is that so? The elf now truly waves her jade scepter, and twig for the first time. Withered vines rush out from the ground, forming massive hands. Damn it. She's a nightmare to deal with. The sway regulator supervisor decided through is the sway regulator supervisor decided through combat. How does the book go anyway? I remember. It's autumn. This is perfect. Metal's nature is change. Take this. For a thief, you are pretty well learned. I wouldn't be surprised if I know yin yang and the 5 elements better than someone who's forgotten her roots. Sola, Chen Hui Chia, your turn. Sola charges towards Chun, intent on disrupting her ability to respond. Meanwhile, Chen Hui Chia pulls back, waiting for an opportunity to strike. In between them, Mo Yi unleashes razor-sharp autumn winds, tangling with the vine hands. The supervisor of sway regulators continues to stand where she is, utterly impassive, as though she is watching a farce that she is becoming increasingly bored with. Qin Hui-chia continues to back off, until her back is almost touching the closed door. Damn, can't hold on much longer. Jin! Qi Shao. Split the clouds. Riding on the autumn wind, the sword aura sweeps away all the vines. The elf looks surprised for a brief moment. Then dried leaves sharp as razors fly out from the vines towards the trio. My gosh, she used razor leaf. Mo Yi urgently casts a defensive spell, but the leaves cut their clothes and bags open. Token that has slumbered since it was retrieved from the garden of grotesqueries falls on the ground. This is the token from the garden of grotesqueries. It is a geist. It is indeed a geist. The Weicha player had taken Sway's wildest imagination from the garden of grotesqueries and hollowed out the interior, leaving only the gleaming exterior. The memories of his siblings were then injected to create this object. Made of a glass-like substance, the tiny geist lies immobile on the ground for a while, then it seems to grow ethereal. It awakens. It does not seem to feel pain, or perhaps the pain has overcome by the urge to return to this familiar place. She begins to stumble towards the door. That is impossible. All it takes is a single thought from the elf, and the churning vines could shatter the object to smithereens, but Chuan cannot bring herself to do it, because she truly does see a familiar figure in it. The object touches the door, and it is as though a dream that has slumbered for 100 years is suddenly awakened by an intruder. The falling dust forms thousands of golden threads drifting in the air in the setting sun. The sliver of life force ripples. All breaths are held as they see the ethereal figure that drifts between light and shadow in the falling dust. It is blurry, indistinct. The only clear feature is its gray robe, like paper that has grown yellow from the passage of time, but still smelling faintly of old books and dried ink. The door opens slowly. How do you get in? If you give me the key. Why should the master of the house need a key? Oh snap. What a callback. The shadow bends slightly as though trying to pick up the cracked scroll on the desk. Or perhaps it is walking towards the window to open the sash, closed for so long, to see if the osmanthus that was young back then has bloomed this year. But her movement ultimately freezes between the done and the undone, a faint wisp of melancholy suspended in the sunset. Let this scroll on the shelf by the wall. Leave that document on the desk, it's not yet finished. A painting from dusk. I should find a good place to hang it. Why do I have to do these chores for you? Oh, but Nian said her candle holder even helps her put together mahjong games. Desk, chair, and scrolls. Every object in the room breathes the shadow. They are her old friends, and she is the reason they never left. A gust of wind blows through the room. The geist falls asleep, and the shadow dissipates, like a drop of ink that falls into water, leaving behind only that which is real, the shadows of dust. And the sun, shining into an empty room. It's her. No, she was a little taller, her hair a little blacker. She was thin, but not like that. She cannot, would not accept, yet there is a single question that she could never answer. Who else could it be? Who else could it be? The stunned elf does not even notice the approach or the appearance of the proxy, one who is very much flesh and blood. She continues to stand at the same spot, staring in the direction where the shadow disappeared. I came as you asked, but it seems you no longer have any reason or anything to say to me. It's her. It's really her. I never thought. I didn't think there was any trace of her existence left. There is no doubt about it. It's a sliver of her life force, which those young people retrieved from the Sui remnant's consciousness. As for traces of her existence, they are in the books of the Skymere Pavilion and countless scholars across the land of Yen. Now, do you still believe that everything we siblings have done since Che's disappearance is futile? Candleholder Chun. If you can still find a trace of her somewhere, tell her. The long-lived candleholder chokes on her own words. She gazes wordlessly at the study, the interior which has not changed for a century. Having taken it all in, she turns around and slowly walks towards the exit, fighting the urge to look back at every step. Leaving this place she knows best, yet brings her the most despair. I did not know that Wang's obsession with this was this paranoid yet so deep. I saw you at the city gates, and we meet again. You're Chun. Thank you for protecting her token. Lady Chun, no, Master Chun. I heard you were a close friend of the Grand Master's, and I have long heard your name spoken out with reverence. It is an honor to meet you. Do not try to curry favor with me. I am not even sure if I had been born at the time of the old carpenter's death. I am glad to see that someone still remembers his views after 1,000 years have passed. But did you do what you did at Mongshan Town out of a desire for peace, or out of your own bitter cynicism? Do you really need me to tell you? The old Tiansha gave you an opportunity to make up for your transgressions. Have you done so? The proxy does not raise her voice, and there is no anger in it, but her voice naturally begets respect. I've long heard of the second Sui sister's unapproachable nature. Today I got to witness it. There is always hope for those who learn from their mistakes. Sola. Academician Chun. Words cannot express my gratitude for you bringing back this sliver of Che's life force from the Garden of Grotesqueries. Our family will remember the favor and repay it when the time is right. I'm simply doing my duty as candle holder. The supervisor lost her composure, but the candle of the Sui regulator remains lit. She was trapped between the greater good and personal desire, and she was eventually crushed by her own obsessions. You must not repeat her mistakes when the time comes for you to take on great responsibility. Me? Now, though, it is more useful for you to go outside than to stay here and look at relics of the past. Take this girl, too, and put her somewhere safe downstairs. It is late autumn and the floor is cold. I trust you'll handle this matter of the writing knife properly, Academician Chun. Of course. One more request, if I may. Chun turns around and picks up the Geist from the ground. She has turned back into the small, quiet doll, perhaps exhausted from the action she just performed. You know that this Geist was formed by the last speck of Che's life force. Wang drew you into the game and had you retrieve this object so that you could deliver it here and allow it to recuperate in preparation of her return. But consider it a burst of sentimentality from a reunion with someone long thought lost. But please deliver it to the tomb of Sui. The future is yet unsettled. Our family will gather outside the tomb. I do not know if the day will come when Che returns, but if Wang sees it as Che's foundation, she should be there for this meeting. Wang is in the tomb and I must help him. There will be a battle. Carrying this object would be unsafe and perhaps cause a delay. Leave it to me. The Shan Huai Chong snatches the token from the woman's hands before the candle holder can react. I'll see it done. In the name of the Zushi. The dignified woman bows deeply to the two youngsters. Thank you. Lady Chun, you blocked the attack against me at the gate and protected Chie's legacy. Has chivalry become a habit of yours? I do what I do for the sake of justice. What is justice? Justice is making sure that Wei Yin-Wu does not die an unjust death and giving the old case a proper trial. Justice is bringing closure to all that has happened between mother and father, between the imperial family and the House of Qin. Justice is making sure that the proxy who did so much for Great Yen did not die in vain, and giving Great Yen a chance at peace. What about justice for you as an infected? I have seen so much suffering in my journeys. This land has been too kind to me. I wield my justice for the sake of others. Very well. I cannot help you with the justice you seek, but perhaps her relic can. Do you mean the writing knife? Take it. The justice you seek is closely linked to the incident 40 years ago. You are the only one to whom I can entrust this knife, who can right the wrongs for your family and for your country. There should be closure to the matters of the Qin family, Lord Wei's decision, and the 1,000 years of records for the land on which she once lived and breathed. These were the hopes that she placed upon the writing knife. The history of Great Yen should be written by the Yenese people. Come with me. They walk into the room. Like revisiting a scene from an old play, Chun slowly walks through the room that has not changed one bit in the past century. Everything is familiar. No one has touched it for 100 years. It's been a while. The writing knife has resurfaced, but it is no longer in your hands. If I have entrusted it to the wrong person, I will shoulder the responsibility for any consequences on your behalf. Chin's palm closes around the knife. Her fingertips tremble as if the weight of 1,000 books is upon her heart. She has given her wholeheartedly and sacrificed herself selflessly. Now everything has come together as appointed. She clutches the writing knife. In her eyes, something sinks and something else burns bright. It is the weight of an era and a reunion that the knife has long awaited. I hope you will not disappoint. I will not disappoint. But I wonder what she can do with it, because they said earlier that if it's not Chia who uses it, it won't, like, the effects don't last that long. So it's only temporary. What is going on? These geists just appeared out of nowhere. Well, the annals of Mongshan Talon recorded that similar scenes of rampaging geists were spotted during the turmoil caused by Sui 120 years ago. Is the bestial Sui awakening? What a headache. Guess it's happened after all. Number 2, you fool. Why are you dilly-dallying? How many times do I have to bail you out? Lin Qingyan. What are your instructions? This is where the Geists are most rampant. They must not be allowed to enter Paizhao. You and I will guard the pass. Do not let a single Geist through. Yes, Master. I can't hear you, girl. Look lively. Treat this as your entrance exam. Pass the test and I will take you as my student. Then you can make your old teacher call you Master. I wouldn't dare. Is there anything I can help with? Help? What could you do? Watch my moves and record them. Then you can show them to your teacher and see who's better. The fire rises. Wait. Wait for me. You run too fast. What's the matter? You were the one who was in a hurry. If you're out of breath, give it to me and I'll deliver it. In your dreams. You blockhead, did you think about how you were supposed to enter the Tomb of Sui when we arrive? We'll explain to the soldiers guarding the tomb and ask them to let us through. Right. And how do you plan to explain where you got the thing you're holding? Or maybe find a way to sneak in. Your brain really is made entirely of wood, isn't it? Do you have an idea then? If you can't get inside the Tomb of Sui, we'll find someone who can. Do you mean... Who's there? Show yourself. Sola senses a hostile presence and instinctively draws his sword. Oh snap. The thing you promised me. Hand it over. The Forbidden City is just ahead. It should be heavily guarded. If the Grand Commandant really intends to sacrifice Wei Yinwu's life, there are guards stationed at all the important intersections in the city. It should not be hard to detect unusual movements by a large force. Wait, is that... Chen stops in her tracks. She sees a figure. A very familiar one. Oh, hey. Wei Che, you should not have come.
So I put the cuffs on you, and now you say you got duped? What, did you forget you had a brain at the time?
You've just been standing outside this whole time? Oh, they do converge. I was wondering if they're going to converge or not. Have we ever had two lines converge onto a single level? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. I'm thinking not, though. Defiant spirit. No looking back, no regret. No, I can't speak. No regrets with every move. I'm really feeling a DP drain, so I'm gonna just bring like Saga or something to help with DP.
Hi, come forth.
We have won even without it, but it's been close a lot of times. There's no end to them. Look out! Where did these monsters come from? And just how many of them are there? They don't even seem to be decreasing. In fact, there's more of them now. I heard last night, the 3rd Battalion in the north lost half their numbers. What? Have you noticed? I don't know when it started, but these mysterious monsters are looking even more realistic than they did, and more aggressive to boot. Where's our Tamada backup? I'm guessing that's a curse or something. Tamata means his mother, but it is used as a curse. Interesting. That's very interesting idiom right there. We're in dire straits if this keeps up. Oh, he collapsed. It's the Imperial Guard. Stand up. We must uphold our duty to guard the land. Imperial Guards! All units, form a line and prepare to meet the enemy. There is no retreat until we annihilate all evil inside the city. Your Imperial Majesty. The Grand Commandant's sickness seems to be gone. This gladdens me. What is it that has you looking for me at this hour? Has your Imperial Majesty forgotten? Just the other day you commanded me to be here for the morning court. I fear you must have slept to delirium. Court is long over. You are late. No, not yet. The day of the full moon is tomorrow. This old servant shall accompany your majesty and await your orders. I find myself uncertain as to why the Grand Commandant wants this done in haste. I know not what your majesty awaits, and also what your majesty has planned for the day. That is none of your business.
Your Majesty's silence only keeps his servants guessing. Would Your Majesty truly risk your sacred person to activate Bufond to settle the crisis within the Tomb of Sway? I know not whose slander Your Majesty has heard, to resort to such an ill-advised course.
With no counsel offered, am I not capable of making my own decision?
40 years ago, when Your Majesty ascended the throne, it was the Grand Tutor and I who went with you to survey Bufon. I still remember allowing your visit to enter that remote room. 3 days came and went without a single court session. To this day, I remain unaware of Your Majesty's thoughts at the time.
I remember then as well, but now I no longer fear the Grand Commandant deriding me, so perhaps I shall share. I was only thinking, in Yen's 1,000-year history with this object, not even once has there been a single Chulung who used it. If great Yen was forced to use Bufan, while I sat at the throne, would I not become the weakest ruler in our history?
If you would grant me a presumptuous question, if Your Imperial Majesty were to sacrifice yourself for the nation, how would it be run subsequently?
Is there a cause for worry? Is my replacement not already in Baizhou as we speak?
The Mandarins would be unsatisfied if the opposed Imperial heir, Yan Wu, were to take the throne, and the country would descend into chaos. And what will happen then?
The fault will lie on the Mandarin's shoulders.
I only wish Your Majesty to abandon this thought.
Ridiculous. You know well I am no match for the late Emperor, whom you so admired. Why not accept and anticipate my brother's imminent ascension to the throne, where he will be able to realize your ambitions? Why trouble yourself to persuade me?
Your Majesty!
The old man suddenly tenses up, his trembling voice nearly hoarse. The man on the throne seems to have forgotten when he last saw the old man this agitated.
For the past 40 years, I have witnessed Your Majesty toil tirelessly to grow our country. Not even once did you slacken from your imperial duties. In those years, Great Yin has enjoyed stability. Our population swelled and the treasury remains full. Has there ever been an era in our history, even more prosperous than this one, or an emperor more capable and benevolent than the one we have now? And yet, Your Majesty, do you intend to idly watch as our nation's golden age vanishes into the night during this turbulent time?
An urgent message from the Sway regulator. A strong energy wave has been reported from the depths of the Tomb of Sway. Far stronger than the wave of 120 years ago. And how fare the troops and civilians? Under control at the moment. Haidzhao's peripheral blocks moved away before the energy blast, and non-mobile settlements nearby have also been largely evacuated. The damage is minor. Mount Mong has suffered more damage, but the Tiansha are at their posts, and the Garden of Grotesqueries is still suppressing Sway. There are geists running amok in the city, and the Imperial Guards are cooperating with the patrol battalion to establish a defensive line. They will give it their all.
I see.
You may go. From behind the curtain, the Chulong rises from his throne and descends the steps until he is next to the older man. It's about time. You may withdraw, Grand Commandant. The battlefronts of Bai Cao and you men await your commands.
Your Imperial Majesty, For the sake of Yen, is your majesty truly unaware why I so strongly advocate for war? Do you still remember why the court came up with the 28 policies? Victoria, Litania, Kazdal, this whole great land is plagued by unrest, great Yen aside. We are now in terrible peril, and the nation cannot afford to be passive. We must proactively seek change. Has your majesty not learned from what happened in Ursus? The Chamber of Heaven's Designs has yet to figure out what sort of power managed to wipe out that entire Oranginium vein.
It's all gone now? Yikes.
If the Crystal Age truly ends with the depletion of every prime vein, then Great Yen must take the responsibility and prepare to lead all of Terra.
Like, are we talking about... He says specifically Ursus, so I think it's still limited to Ursus. But, so I guess he's... Because he says, like, if it ends with the depletion of every prime vein, which could imply that it is depleted, but I think it just hasn't happened yet, but it could be. Because the colossal vein goes beyond Ursus.
Attack Ursus in the north, repel Victoria in the west, pacify Misc and Kusarigawa in the east, and settle Rimbiliton to the south. Furthermore, we must keep a close eye on Columbia's developments as well as possible naval incursions from Aegir's own sea.
Oh, the guy wants to... I wasn't sure what he always meant by war. He does actually mean war. He wants to just go attack Ursus and Rimbiliton and Higashi.
And before all of that, while Great Yen stands at the height of its power, we must seize the chance in this fight against the bestial sway to sweep away decades of weakness, hiding under peace and prosperity. Only then will we manage to stand tall in this chaotic realm, undeterred for the next millennium.
The true Lung falls silent at the old man's speech, not only to consider all of that was said, but also to calm his own mind. No one knows how much time has passed before he finally speaks. You dedicate your life to wars for the country, and your military merit is without equal, but this also left you with injuries and ailments. Have I ever doubted your undying loyalty to the country? But earlier you spoke of what befell Ursus, and that makes me wonder. Do you remember what happened to Gaul?
Your Imperial Majesty?
Your words were incisive. Yes, Great Yen should seek change, and must change. But the way I see it, compared to the lives we may lose to this war with the bestial sway, what we need even less is a true Lung past his prime, and his power accessible only to the true Lung for the past 1,000 years. If we talk of Great Yen's future, then I must say my outlook is indeed brighter than yours, Grand Commandant. Has Great Yen, these past 40 years, lacked for loyal and righteous men? The Grand Preceptor, Yu Cheng, Gu Twin, the Grand Tutor, and yourself. Dang. Including Gu Twin in that? That's crazy. He really did change from Blaze's conversation. My officials are loyal. My soldiers are fearless. My people are principled. Where is this weakness hiding under peace and prosperity you speak of? As for the future you mentioned, you can take a look in my stead.
Your Majesty, you still insist?
That hunt of my ancestors' days, the remnants of the bestial sway plaguing Yen for 1,000 years, should end with me. If we must inevitably spill some blood, then the true lung should be the first one to spill it. After a short silence, the true lung walks to the doors. It has been a long time since he has stepped out of the place. Only an old man remains in the vast palace.
If I cannot dissuade your Majesty, then I can only strive to serve my duty. Send word to Yumin. It's time to make a move.
I was going to say, who did he tell that to? After a brief order, he disconnects the terminal and slowly walks forward. He passes through the curtain, finally stopping before the throne, closing his eyes and staying in this spot as if waiting for something, until a cough he can no longer suppress bursts from his throat. The cough is so violent he bends over and has to grab onto the throne for support. One day before the full moon, hour of high. Guess he was in a call with someone the whole time.
You came in the end.
So you were here. You don't seem surprised at all to see me, though. Chen Hui-Che is somewhat caught off guard by her target simply showing up before her. Still, the overbearing posture, still the unfathomable look, as if they are not standing in Pai Cao's Forbidden City, but in the backyard of his official residence in Lungmen. The buildings behind him seemingly blend into his dark coat, as if those places are merely an excessively ornate cloak over his shoulders. So, at least you weren't kidnapped.
I still don't know just who on this land could manage that. Everything I've done has been on my own volition.
Then I'll never stop hating that attitude of yours. Why are you here? Is this the backup plan the Grand Tutor kept telling you to make?
His words should not be followed entirely. The situation should never have developed as he suggested in the first place. I have another plan in mind.
Either way, you're safe. So what comes next won't be much of a problem.
And what are you preparing to do?
Ensure you're safe. Get you out of Pai Cao. Then... Chen casually waves the writing knife in her right hand, its simple form leaving a light yellow scroll-like after-image in the air. Correct some mistakes made by you and your brother.
I see, so the artifact is with you. I'm not too surprised.
Huh. And who were you supposing would deliver this writing knife to you?
That's no longer important. Since you have it, then you ought to know how to use it, and everything else about it.
I was pretty surprised. Every secret I've learned about you since coming to the city has opened my eyes. You know, I almost admire your ability to hide so many secrets.
If you truly wish to rectify the mistake I made, then you should follow me.
Follow you? Where?
Beneath the Forbidden City to the first Orangenium. The writing knife you hold will be of use, and will solve Great Yen's crisis. All will be made right. Of course, I prefer you hand the knife to me instead. It'll be quicker and you will have less trouble to contend with. But you won't trust me, so I'm sure you want to see it all for yourself before you'll give up. I don't mind, really, though.
I haven't had enough playing the tragic hero. You're just conveniently skipping over the part where you'd actually lose your life.
We stand before a great crisis, and this is a small cost Yen can afford. There are no victims in this case. Your work ends here, Superintendent Chun.
Don't tell me you forgot. I resigned right in front of you 5 years ago. Though the man standing before me now isn't even fit to be called Chief Wei. You're telling me to watch you throw your life away, and that's not even the part of your words that's pissing me off the most. Your sacrifice isn't going to move anyone's heart by your own. And right now, you don't even have the right to end your life just like that.
Wait, this is no petty squabble. This matter concerns the fate of Yen and its people.
Of course I know that. But get over your own ego. The country's fate doesn't fall on your shoulders alone. There are definitely other things you should be doing, besides glorifying your own suicide.
Very well. You don't have to come with me. Give me the writing knife and go back to Lungmen.
It's too bad I got 2 blades here, but I can't lend you either of them.
You don't have any more time to lose, and you still want it your way, Superintendent Chen?
I'm not the one insisting on having it my way.
But you forced my hand. Fine, show me. Let me see how much your swordplay has grown in the last 5 years.
That's more like it. Shen Hui-che grips the hilt of her sword. Since she first took up Qi Shao, she knew this moment would one day come. She unsheaths her blade, pointing it at the Paicao autumn breeze blowing between her and Wei Yanwu. As sword air shadows trace.
Cast off as cast.
You have a sword with you? When? Wei Yanwu? Does he even have a sword? Are we gonna actually fight him in the game?
Three armies. Heed these orders.
Because I never imagined that would happen.
Come, take your seats.
Why did all those guys just die? What happened?
Evil will not be tolerated!
Some of them die, I don't know why, but I won't complain.
Air's burning my lungs. Temp's just right. You know, he doesn't need triple flames. Scorch the heavens. With furnace. How did the rest go? Who cares? Won't affect my flames. Remember, patience makes perfect.
I don't think we're fighting him. Not those ones didn't die though.
My
What are the
blood
rules?
is boiling, Drake. That's my boiling blood turning the horizon red. Cleanse the six senses.
Why did her skill turn
It
off?
wasn't easy learning Originium Arts automation either.
What just happened?
So long as you're here, have some hot soup before you go. Patients still misbehaving? Then let's kick it up a notch.
No, it wasn't daybreak. That's my boiling blood turning the horizon red.
Quickly! The spare ribs have been stewing for so long, they're falling apart! Patience raton oiled into a hot wok. The heat is just perfect.
Daybreak? That's my boiling blood turning the horizon red.
Mission accomplished.
No Wei Yan Wu boss fight, unfortunately. Would have been cool.
Do you intend to use Heaven's Eye?
Scared.
Skillful, but not yet the peak of perfection. The Grandmaster once said of your swordplay. Your skill has improved much in 5 years, and you've surpassed my expectations in comprehending Qi Shao's techniques. But you are still one step away from Heaven's Eye.
The eye of heaven sees all and nothing. Only when the clouds are parted is heaven's wrathful eye revealed. Let your heart guide the sword, never looking back. Turn around, and the sword loses its sharpness, harming the user.
I was only reminding you of its form, but I see you still remember it all. But you should be well aware that a fog remains in your heart, so the technique is beyond your ability. Drop your sword. I especially don't want to go that far with you.
Will you use it, though, if I don't give you the writing knife? Just like you did 35 years ago.
Don't force my hand, Wei Chi.
When you walked out of the city, the Forbidden City, 40 years ago, when you decided whether Tal and her father would live or die, did you do it with the technique's ideals, never looking back?
Wei Chi!
If that's what Qi Shao's final technique demands, then I shall never be able to unleash it. Trial, justice, good and evil, right and wrong, they aren't weights you can easily tell which is better and which when placed on two sides of a scale. Don't judge a life until its end was never a positive term to use. The same goes for people, and even more so, they shouldn't be used when unceremoniously abandoned. Workers in the Victorian siege, warriors of the Ursus tundra, even the casino bosses of Dos Soleils, all of them understand that. So you are right. I won't use Heaven's Eye. I can't learn it. It's not my blade work.
What are you getting at?
More than keeping a resolute will to abandon everything, I'd rather pick the path of knowing what I find impossible.
Huichu, you still don't understand.
You're right, I don't. I don't actually understand what happened that night, whether your father actually died by Qi Shao or something more sinister. I don't understand what you were thinking. I do know Edward and Tal both bore the curse of their bloodline, while I could only watch from the sidelines. I don't understand why Mother resented you, Father, and even more on her deathbed. Or even me on her deathbed. I'm only clear of one thing, and Tal knows it too. Apologies from the dead are meaningless. If there are people you want to apologize to, then tell them you're sorry while you're still alive. Otherwise, you're just a coward consumed by guilt to the brim, putting on a heartless and stoic act for a ridiculous facade. I won't let you keep making the same mistakes.
There is no real merit in winning a verbal fight. If you truly have a strike that surpasses Heaven's Eye, you shall indeed become a legendary Yenese swordswoman. Show me. Prove with my blood that you are right.
I'll show you. Shin silently switches Qi Shao to her left hand and wields the writing knife with her right. I'll prove that the dilemma itself is fundamentally wrong. You'll never get the right answer no matter which side you take. I'll prove that before we reach the inevitable dead end, we can take a step back and consider other options. A choice that requires no sacrifice or abandonment, but allows all things to thrive.
You plan to use Qi Shao's swordplay with the writing knife.
You said the techniques of Qi Shao were all but about one's state of mind, so it doesn't really matter which sword I use, right? Uncle, I still remember your last words to me when I left Lungmen. Wei Yanwu's fingers stretch and bend before finally settling into a sharp form. A gale swirls around him, blowing at his simple robes.
Wait, I respect your determination. I won't hold back.
Heaven's eye, wrathful eye revealed, never looking back. Even without a physical blade, his fierce form remains like merciless sunlight, never to return once it has shone. Yeah, I guess he's just fighting with his fists. Remorse does not linger on his fingers, nor in his sword's aura, yet it pervades the air like mountains of withered leaves in late autumn. Hesitation, regret, self-blame. She knows why the old man before her wields his blade. Its pent-up emotions do not have to be expressed in speech for her to empathize with. Then, like a sigh, she thrusts the writing knight out. After the truth comes to light, a judge's long exclamation often feels heavier than the verdict itself. After the sigh, the sharp wind rolling around him dissipates like a fading dream, leaving nothing but a solitary palace, a desolate square, and the two standing in silence before it.
So this is the swordplay you meant.
After I came to Paitsao, I heard some stories about my mother. When you left the city, she followed you to Lungmen. I never understood, but now, what other reason was there? She wanted to convince her brothers, her own two siblings, to make up. And now I think she was probably even more naive than I am.
You met someone from the House of Chen. I owe your parents and them an apology. There are some things that should be resolved with blood, but this matter, this family matter, that has entangled your entire life and my decades, doesn't have to be one of them. You felt regret in the end. You dared only hold the form of Heaven's Eye, but not its spirit. You know what comes after remorse. The Heaven's Eye you yielded decades ago was before regret reached your heart. You saw all and nothing, and never looked back. And when you finally felt it, it gnawed at your heart non-stop. You win. Of course, you're right. But this way you stake everything on a war that cannot be controlled. Now countless Yenni's soldiers and civilians have their lives on the line, not just you and I. Those with power and privilege live, hiding their selfishness, with big numbers and scary consequences. But obviously, there are plenty of other choices besides your death. There are many who stand with us, proxies who have joined forces with Yen, your own brother, and even, if there really is no other choice to take up the responsibility, there's me. Let's finish the conversation from earlier. The path before you is long and hard, but I know you will master it. I thought for a long time about what you meant by that will. When I found the answer, I was loath to believe the conclusion it led to. But now, seeing you in such a pathetic state, I can only believe it. From that moment on, when you placed your unfulfilled hopes on my shoulders, you were already old. You're old. You can't even harden your heart into stones as you did in your prime. You want to make amends, pay your debts. You choose to die. But death won't let you make up for all that you've done. Death won't preserve your last shred of dignity. Death will only leave a final knot in your relationship that can never be untangled. So don't do it. Don't do what Tal did. Is she? If you want to ask me, is she doing well, then I'll tell you, no, not at all. But you should rejoice in the fact that I'm willing to talk about her with anybody. With you. What's that? The horn signaling the attack. It's not from Pai Cao, but outside, from Yuman. Yuman's about to attack the Tuma Sui. The Grand Commandant has issued the command, but whether or not the troops move is up to So Xuan Lao. He cannot hold on forever, though. Yuman's troops are not his personal army. I should go. To do what? Our family matters have to be resolved, but those incarnations of the Farenmut, the same goes for them too. They'll try their best, and I'm willing to trust them. And that Grand Commandant, I can kind of guess what's on his mind. He's not selfish, but he thinks his judgments are logical and realistic. Disasters caused by people like him are usually the worst ones. Be it for Lungmen, or what's left of the House of Chun. I should try and win whatever peace is possible for Yin. I know you will. Right. Before I go, if you want, help me think of a name for the move I pulled off. A name like Heaven's Eyes. That would get a young me all excited. Heaven's Plaint. Heaven's Plaint. Doesn't that sound a little old-timey? Surely you don't have to remind me of my age every 5 minutes. Even so, there are some things that I must do myself. Such as, this time I will do something that won't leave me with regrets.
What the heck is that? Dummy text? Six and a half years and they finally have an egregious mistake in their coding like this. Interesting, okay. That's up there with that one event having the wrong title and like artwork or whatever it was. I forget I can't remember if it was a Path of Life rerun with a different name or if it was a different rerun with the Path of Life name, but either way. This is a bad one. Pretty bad. I hope there wasn't supposed to be something there. And it was just, it's dummy text because it's like the text box is there, but they are hiding it. So like they accidentally showed the dummy text thing. The mastermind who turned Yumin upside down and an actual Fahrenheit. No, I think that was supposed to say like Yaw's name or something. Yaw, the mastermind who turned Yumin upside down. I think it was supposed to say something like that. Oh well. That's a really big mistake. Zola grips his blade and swallows hard. But the other party does not seem to pay him any mind, instead looking towards Mo Yi.
And where is the thing you promised me?
I didn't find it.
Then there is no meaning in leaving you alive.
I thought Yaw was going to help them get to the tomb, but I guess not. With no hesitation, a long, narrow blade manifests in Yaw's hand, dazzling the other two with its silver glint. Wait. Kill me and you'll never know where Bufan is. What? Mo Yi, what exactly? Faced with Sola's angry stare, Mo Yi can only turn her head away. Let me ask you first, what are you planning to do with Bufan once you have it? Just kill Sui, or do you want the whole country, and you or even all of Yen, to also die alongside your grudge?
That is of no concern to you.
I only promise to help you exact revenge against the bestial Sui. But before I give it to you, I need you to promise me something. Your rage can only be directed at Sui, and once you're done with your vengeance, you'll leave Yen.
Absurd. Why should I promise you anything?
No particular reason, but I'm not giving it to you unless you agree.
You've exhausted my patience with your life.
Zola steps in almost instinctively and takes the blow. He realizes once more just how much power a Fahrenheit holds. All he feels is his insides churning as blood spurts from his mouth. Oh my gosh. Zola. The Sui regulator will not allow you to harm anyone, even if she is a Shanhai Chong.
Ridiculous. It is this very human game that I hate.
All light flicker a light flicker of her longsword, and the candle holder's own blade flies from his hand as his throat meets the edge of her blade.
The whereabouts of Buffon or his life.
No way! You can't! Don't hurt him, I'll tell you. The Shanghai Chong takes out an elaborate box from her pocket and opens it to reveal an ancient map within. That's from the Skymere Pavilion. When did you... Sorry. Lord So, I admit to the crime of deceiving you over and over again. Dare I ask you to trust me, and, if a chance comes, to let me be the good one and make amends. You mustn't. Ignoring the candleholder's futile attempt, Mo Yi hands the map over to Ya, the latter merely sweeping a glance at it before the parchment turns to ashes. Enough. I did what you wanted. You should leave.
You tricked me once, and still hope for me to trust you. You shall come with me until I find Buffon.
Ya raises her longsword, but does not point it at the two, instead slicing a rift in the air. Don't just stand there, run! Mo Yi is swallowed by the rift, leaving only withered autumn leaves all around Zola. What did you do? Stop! Where are you going?
I think it beneath me to make another move on someone I have no business with. If you cherish your life, then leave.
Zola silently picks up his blade on the floor and steps forward into a fighting stance. Countless times he has done this, against formidable foes he thought he could never defeat.
So you have a death wish.
As if merely following the proxy's murderous intent, a chilling autumnal breeze blows by and sharp withered leaves cut tiny wounds on Zola. But right after, he sees something he can hardly believe. The dead leaves turn into flowers and green, and the piercing autumn wind is gradually replaced by a gentle spring breeze. Spring breeze, timely rain, and now we sow the grain? No. No, actually not at all. I thought Shu was about to show up. Just these two guys who were in Chen's head for some reason. They still have not explained why that was a thing. Why do we always run into each other when there's a fight about to start? This encounter is no different from the one 1,000 years ago. Our former foes are gone, as are our dear friends. To draw your blade for vengeance now. How is it not a futile grasp at the past?
You two?
The proxy is loath to address her kin by the names humans give them, yet she realizes how else are they to call one another. Ya detests these names. Ho. Chu. So you were both alive all along. As you can see, we are no illusions or walking corpses, so yes. But this is no place for chit-chat. You can remain. Can your hidden realm welcome us as guests?
I thought it and I were the last of our kind on this land. How have you survived these last 1,000 years? And why have you come here today? Do you want to stop me as well?
We don't intend to make things difficult for you, but are you aware just how much trouble you've added to our plates with your awakening and the return to Yen? Since that day, I've been following 100 eyes, even when I'm just casually angling for some silver fin on the Dusk River.
Staring at your decrepit shell. Ah, those ants sure are experts at wasting time.
Ruined mounts and streams, bodies weak and sick. That's all we are now, and you're no exception.
Weak and sick, yet enough strength to leave another wound on it that will never heal.
Is that the only thing you've gained from your long journey? After this millennium-long journey, all that remains in your head is wanting to settle the score between you two? Seriously, your smarts are not up to par. Anger, humiliation, discontent, confusion. You came back on account of these and used them as an excuse to level your blade against your own kin. Humanity gave a name to this obsession born out of anger. They call it vengeance. You proudly claim to be a Fahrenheit and look upon human emotions with contempt. Yet you've changed. When did you become so obsessed with the boards and games humans play?
And when did you primordial beings pick up the rhetoric used by these crass pests? Fooling humans, hunting our own kind? When have we ever suffered such humiliation? When have we suffered such a betrayal? Vengeance, boards, games. This is a war between it and me that has yet to end.
Lands shone of life, mountains split asunder, rivers choked with crimson. The war at the dawn of time is not worth my remembrance.
Eons before you granted these insects your cunning, they had long embarked on the wrong path. Now look at you, taking on forms similar to theirs, comically ugly, broken, unbearable. You make me laugh. And you, Ho, the ancient bestial Ho, the nature of antiquity, the one who once floated between heaven and earth, have too learned how to live like an ant.
Yeah, you also look like a human. What are you talking about? Once, one can live as they wish in this realm. Rafting, swimming, fowl watching, fin catching. You're not me. So how would you understand the joy I derive from this land?
You find joy in dragging your tail through the mud.
Seasons change, life and death come and go. Joy is but a speck, and sorrow the same to me. These joys and sorrows are but floating weeds on the dusk river. Where the wind blows, I go. If one day a fin beast devours me whole, I shall drift freely for 10,000 miles with the current. If a foul beast snatches me, I shall be lifted up to the highest heavens. Will you raise your weapon against the wind, a foul beast, a fin? To be used or cast aside is for the times. To act or to hide is of my own will. That is what you and I have come here to tell you. Continue your reckless act, and you shall only meet your end, a Fahrenheit's end, with your shell no more as only ash and dust. Simply put, we pity you, our kin.
Pity for your kin? The two of you only leave me with shame. Kin, you say? The two of you, as primordial manifestations of nature and rules, are groveling at the feet to surrender the ages? Puny, weak, filthy, low. What grants you, two rotting corpses, the right to call yourselves my kin? I'll lose my body and end only as ash and dust. The destruction of in your eyes is to me simply a return.
A return to the sleepless chaos, the indistinguishable dawn.
So what if I am reduced to nothing? So what if I'm consigned to eternal nothingness?
This realm is but a coffin with no boards in sight. 1,000 years I have waited, and the only thing missing is a dark red pattern. Soaked, painted, lined, and carved. A breathtaking pattern made from its flesh and cries. You take this realm as a coffin. Is it then not a waste, preserving this vast realm when only your death awaits? I dwell within a leaf, but I see an entire realm within. All things arise from the mind, and it should stay free and unfettered. Is this realm that confines you? The land trembles amidst Master's rage. The chill out of the cold Jade Mountains grows even sharper with her raging fury. But the old man rarely taps his long staff on the water's surface, and a plum blossom blooms on the river that has never melted. Ah, so you wish to face me in my own realm? Arrow knocked. Yes, use your arrow, your staff, your pest-like forms to smash all that you see as coffins. Then come with me in your sly disciple's stead and take a good look for yourself. Witness how this 1,000-year-old feud shall finally end. Ya's figure vanishes into thin air, leaving only Chu and Huo on the frozen river. Chu, I see stopping the war is no longer possible. Are we really going to destroy this realm she preserved for so many years? Pity for your kins really struck a nerve with Ya. But isn't that why you've been trying to make her see the error of her ways? How can we drive the knife even deeper when she's already wallowing in self-abandonment? So from now on, we must only watch from the sidelines as Wong's plot unfolds. We guided that lass once, we saved that candle holder, and even stood in for that precious disciple of yours. We've done our part for Wong. He probably knows we can't stop Ya, which is why he even let us involve ourselves in this troubling affair in the first place. He really is like it, only he has a bit more. What's done is done. Let us rest on this river and partake in the scenery from millennia ago. Time's running out for it as well. Yo. Wait, I'm back. And you're alive too. Where's Ya? I saw an old man and a person covered with machinery. They stopped Ya, then they all vanished. Someone covered in metal. Don't tell me. Damn it. I was so close. Why am I the only one who hasn't seen him? Forget it. Since he's already here, I'm sure I'll get another chance to meet him when it's all done with. Thanks for saving me earlier. Saving you? Huh. Without my convincing performance, she would have thought my actual intel was fake, right? Wouldn't that be a real shame? What? What were you planning? Divulge the location of Bufun to that proxy? You keep asking me what mission the old Tiansha gave me, right? Man, you wouldn't believe me anyway. Maybe when you become the Sui regular supervisor whatchamacallit. What was that? From far away, a bugle horn sounds, sending Mo Yi in a frantic search for its source. But to Sola, it could not be more familiar. That's humans call a march. Yuman is preparing it to assault the Tuma Sui. So soon. The bestial Sui hasn't woken up, right? The bestial Sui has yet to wake. The city's in chaos and Sui Regulator still hasn't fulfilled its duties. How could they possibly issue the order to attack the tomb right now? Something must have happened inside Yuman. I should, well then, get going. But we had to take that token to the tomb of Sui. After a moment of silence, Sola speaks with hesitation. Can I trust you? Just shut up and leave it to me. Since you saved my life earlier. Stay safe. The day of the full moon. Paitsao's outskirts near the Tomb of Sway. An old man stands alone amidst dry grass and withered poplars, silently staring at where the barrens end and the direction of Paitsao's urban core. Yeah, it's been so cold this autumn. What are you doing here all alone on a day this cold?
Waiting for someone.
Oh, have you eaten? Here, I have a bag of buns with me. Fill your belly a little.
We can eat once everyone's here.
If we're gonna wait for more, then I better prepare a proper meal. Buns won't do. Do you think they'll come back?
What do you think?
Of course I think they will. I know we rarely come together. We always argue whenever we do meet. We don't share the same hobbies and have conflicting personalities. But it's times like these that I believe our hearts are all as one. Though, even if everyone comes back, can we even... I'll wait with you then.
Good, good. I had no idea you were so clever and learned. I was going to ask you help me make my yatang, but with such a good head on your shoulders, I'm feeling a little bad now.
That's a fancy boss fight. Level logo. Capping the sway. The rain fell upon the battlefield for 3 days. Heaven's plaint as the board at last grows clear. The day of the full moon. The sand blots out the sun. Sola crouches within human shadow, looking at the wind aegis. The sand sluices the distinct silhouette of the cannons. The entire city slowly rumbles towards the Tomb of Sway. Human really did receive marching orders. But why would His Majesty order an attack on Sway before it is awakened? After this moment of hesitation, Human is almost right on top of the crouching candle holder. Soon there will be no more room for him to move forward. There are only the city walls jutting up perpendicularly from the ground. You wish to leave via the sand sluices. Have you perfected your Qinggong yet? Not to mention, once you head out... never mind. You will see for yourself.
Do not think that your fall will excuse you from punishment. It would be one thing if you caused this trouble on your own, but you dragged Qingping into it.
I don't remember who Yun Qingping is. Oh, record keepers, young Jinping. Right. Ah, General, it's just because So La.
Do not make excuses for him. He should have thought about how to come back before he jumped down. All that bravery. But all he knows is how to fight, and how to make others nearly die of worry. Back to your place, and once your wounds have healed so much, come and receive your punishment.
The city walls are only 10 meters away from Sola. And so he takes a great leap forward. The Qing Kong the Qing Kong others praise him so much for is now the only thing he can rely on. Though the sand sluices have not started up, the wind aegis has been fully erected, its smooth walls nearly impossible to find perches on. A single slip would mean a horrible death. I have to remember what Qing Kong is. Qing Kong is the training technique of jumping off vertical surfaces. Halfway up, and there are still battlements he can use to support himself, but to go further would be as strapping him thousands of catties to himself. Faster! As he passes through the yellow sand, the young man sees the figure of soldiers manning the walls. Many of them seem to have already forgotten just how long they have stood atop these ramparts. However, with a sudden burst or blast of a horn, they have now been tasked with spending the rest of their lives on this new hunt. Faster! The higher he climbs, the clearer his thinking becomes, the steadier his steps. Even so, the final stretch of the walls is no stroll down a garden path.
Still 15 kilometers from the tomb. Can't see anything about the Soi's movement from here. Still no news from the Soi regulator. Did the higher-ups really give up the order to open fire? No, I would never. Yes, understood. Alright, I don't know if you needed to knock that guy out, but okay. You're with the Sway regulator. He was just asking about them. He could have just been like, yeah, here I am. My apologies. Don't move. Help, there's a spy. This area is long evacuated. Shout all you like. How would you know? What are you up to? I'm an Imperial envoy, and I have come to investigate why Human is taking action without permission. An Imperial envoy? Didn't they already come by earlier? You think you can pretend to be one of them while sneaking around? Already came by earlier. Of course I'm an envoy of the court. Don't you recognize these clothes? Beast shit you are. Those are nothing like the clothes they wore. They had proper court mandarin uniforms on. Yeah, the Ministry of War. How do you know that? Not long after the Ministry of War's envoys came to Yunmen, the order to deploy was passed down, correct? Has General Tso made a public appearance since then? Before any great battle, he would always personally beat the watchtower drum to inspire morale. Are you really from the court? Of course I am. Don't they recognize the general's son? These marching orders did seem really strange, but if it wasn't General Tso, then who could have been issued? Yeah, I see. I've already untied your wrists. Returning to the tower now will most likely raise suspicion, so I suggest you wait here for a while. Goodbye. The soldier rubs his eyes with his numb hands, wondering why the young man leaping away with his Qing Kong seemed somewhat familiar. Only somewhat. Father! Sola, how did you get into the city? I climbed through the sand sluices. No, that's not what's important right now. I'm just glad you are safe.
Where are the men from the Ministry of War, Father?
Why are you trying to find them?
The orders to march upon the tomb of Sway and fire at it. If they were not your orders, then they must be theirs, correct? Otherwise, why would you be here alone? Like you are under house arrest.
Silence! Do not presume to comment on military affairs.
Father, the Grand Commandant is doing all of this because he has decided to overstep his majesty. He is vainly trying to fire on the tomb to start a war. The Grand Commandant has formed a cabal, and will sit and watch as Bai Cao is overrun by scriptgeists in collusion with the supervisor of the Sway regulator. Not only that, but he's tried to seize the proxy's artifact within the Skymere Pavilion, and also force Chief Executive Wei of Lungmen to attack Sway using some secret technique. None of these plans worked, which is why he commanded Yumen to fire upon the tomb. His Majesty never gave such an order. The ones given to Yunmen to move and fire are false. Do not be deceived, Father.
He did all those things to wage war upon the Sway.
Surely you believe me, Father.
Yes, how could I not? But I know this, the tomb lies in front of Yumen, and Bai Cao behind it. No matter what orders are given, the city must not fall into disarray. Those above want to advance, those below want to observe. When these two forces clash, they will cause panic in the city. If Sway truly were to awaken, the soldiers of Yumen will be decimated.
Yeah, but these soldiers, do they know they fight for the Grand Commandant's false orders, and not the will of Yen? Before a march, their general usually pounds a drum atop the walls to inspire morale. Have you done so, General Tso? Without this encouragement from their commander, the men's spirits have not been lifted. On the contrary, they are confused. Are they truly braving Sway's claws to protect Bai Cao? Or are they the inevitable first sacrifices at the altar for the belligerent Yen the Grand Commandant envisions?
Sola.
Father, you are not only General Tso of Yumen, but also the Lord Exorcist of Yen.
We just received reports of a suspicious individual infiltrating Yumen. It appears he stole into your residence. What crime should your son be charged for? Is trespass into military fortifications, General Zhou?
Just as Zhou Xuanliao is about to open his mouth to reply, So Le steps forward, drawing the sword at his waist halfway. I assume you heard all I said earlier. Considering you can still say such things after that, you must be in league with the Grand Commandant.
You talk nonsense, you insolent child. Are you going to turn a blind eye to your son's disrespect, General Tso? Sir, I truly must wonder, why is the Grand Commandant so eager to wage war against Sway? Still questioning your orders even now, General? With terror and such turmoil, the entirety of the country unanimously passed the 28 policies. But outside those 28, there were two more hidden policies, the first of which is that the Sway menace must be eliminated. If we do not eliminate now, surely you do not mean to wait until our enemies from abroad are at the gates. I shall tell you the truth, General. It is not only the Grand Commandant who supports this policy, more than half the court mandarins do as well.
What enemies from abroad? No one's gonna attack Yen. No one's really in a position to attack Yen. And what does the Grand Tutor say? What does His Majesty say?
That is not your place to ask. It is also a question I have been meaning to ask, sir. Besides the Grand Commandant and the Ministry of War, the Mandarins of the 6 Ministries and His Majesty, do they know all of the facts? Have they agreed to all of this?
These are not the matters you should be concerned yourself with, So Shan Lao. You are merely a general.
So they do not know. Soldiers must heed orders, and human cannot be allowed to fall into chaos. Thus, I am willing to be patient and watch as you replace me before the battle is met. But if that comes next is an age of strife, would your actions not be drawing Yin into panic, creating a new conflict within? I may be a military man, but I am also the Lord Exorcist of Yin. Forgive me, but I cannot receive such arbitrary orders.
You've put your own head on a chopping block. Guards, arrest this man. Oh, snap, it's... it's, what's his name? I don't remember. Maybe? Something? Tanhi, something like that. Tanhe.
It seems you really are all preparing to revolt.
Who goes there? Taihe. Close.
I am Taihe, Monitor Censor of the Department of Discipline and Supervision. I happen to be here for rest and recuperation, and I must say, I did not expect to find the Ministry of War acting without authorization, causing unrest within you men. You need not remind me. I will not interfere in your affairs. But so long as I leave this room alive, do not believe the events that have taken place today can be treated like they never happened.
The Ministry of War's envoy and his men freeze in place.
Enough. Here and now, I am still the Warden of Yumen. If the Grand Commandant wishes to court-martial me after the matter, then whether I am sacked, exiled, or otherwise, I will submit. But as for now, out of my way, I must go see my men.
Sola fully draws his sword, shielding his father as the two of them walk out of the room. Those so-called envoys are now in detention, father.
Good, next.
Grave news, General. The city's communication systems, they've been severed.
What?
It seems those Ministry of Men picked up where the wind was blowing before they barged into the meeting room, so they performed some sabotage. We're relying on runners right now. The mobility layer still works fine. But there are artillery emplacements all across Yumen, and the order has already been passed down. The order the men received keep changing.
Begin repairs immediately and do everything you can to stop the cannons from firing.
Yes, sir.
Taihe, relay my orders to the mobility layer. It shall be done. Zola, I entrust the emplacements within the deepest regions of the city to you.
Yes, sir.
One more thing. You've done well today.
Aww. Fatherly approval at last.
Damn these monsters, there's no end to them. We can't hold out much longer.
Another 24 hours pass, and the fighting continues at the defensive line against the Geists in Baicao. The strange Geists are like an endless tide, wave after wave crashing against their defenses. Though they may be cut down, they always reappear stronger than before. There is no doubt the force the defenders face now are the god hunters of days long past. Keep your chins up. The battle is not over yet. There is no time to admit defeat. The sword in her hand is bent, her armor slowly but steadily getting covered in massive scars. His Majesty's decree! All soldiers, whether patrol battalion, Yunlin Guard, or otherwise, are to gradually withdraw from Baitsao's core plate, join the troops stationed outside the city, and pull back defenses to a 10-kilometer perimeter around Baitsao. Pull back our defenses? That's ridiculous. The Forbidden City is right behind us. Don't tell me His Majesty is prepared to abandon even a core plate. I double-checked. These really are His Majesty's orders. Your Majesty, where are you right now? After 40 years, he steps into this secret chamber once more. He still remembers the emotions he felt the first time he set foot in here. Remorse, confusion, resentment, terror. 40 years have been long enough to smooth them away. Long enough to grind away at all feelings aside from the one known as helplessness. 40 years passed in a flash. If you are still unwilling to bow your head to Yin, then I alone shall bear your 1,000 years of rage. The sin of disloyalty I shall also stamp out alone. This millennium of grudges and grievances shall end here. From now on, Yin will begin a new chapter in its history. Why wait for heaven to bless the nation? There is only the triumph of man over nature. The true Lung looks towards the blazing radiance before him, as if he can see a pair of giant ancient eyes burning within, burning with a great fury. All he waits for is the signal that Sui has awakened before he martyrs himself. The heart-pounding golden light has nearly faded away. All that remains is an afterglow that falls into Wang's palm. Within that very instant, a flood of jumbled, shattered memories flows past his eyes. With all his might, he reaches in to grab hold of a fragment, a splinter, anything with a trace of her. For 120 years, she has never appeared in his dreams. Finally he grasps onto something that survived. A record of a game. Not some legendary game handed down the ages, but rather a casual game between brother and sister as they chatted. He flips the record over, wanting to see what was written in that message she left behind that is missing from his memory. He finally reads it. You are a pessimistic one, brother, always thinking that the heart of humanity is unknowable. An unending flow of evil. Only through careful calculation and reasoning can it be understood. I beg to differ. I believe humanity to be fundamentally good, evil deeds merely a covering of the heart. Thus, I believe there is no need to attempt to decipher it. Simply read the history books and learn the ways of the world, and you shall understand through analogy. You knew I was lazing about, brother, which is why you came to give me a board, written atop your board. But even before you placed your first stone with that blatant scowl on your face, I knew you had come to poke fun at me. Both interpretation and analogy are fine. These split paths shall meet again at the summary of the human heart, of our family. Only you and I walk this self-defeating road, always wanting to know the hearts of men, perhaps when we both obtain the same answer. The letter stops here. The weight ship player stares at the exquisite handwriting for a long, long time, seemingly forgetting the life and death struggle he is currently locked in. Split paths shall meet again. Split paths. She is long gone. But to meet again, the game nears its end. How amusing. She was the first of you to raise the flag of rebellion against me. I must admit, over these past 1,000 years, I truly did fear her growing power, if only for a moment. But her plan was defeated by her lack of cunning, defeated by the unknowable heart of humanity. What is even more preposterous is that she chose to give you a chance to live.
She has never once been defeated. Through her own force of will, she bought the rest of us the chance to live, because she believed that after her death, we would, or rather, be able to surpass you.
How pitiful. Are you actually feeling regret? You came to do battle with me, so determined to die, but you could not even triumph over your own weakness? Do you care for her?
Yes, I care for her. I once thought I did not. I thought the outcome of our battle should be the only thing I cared for. Until I learned something later on. The hearts of men you, a wild beast, will never understand. And so you are doomed to pay the price.
Enough! So this is to be your final struggle. This is the result of all your careful planning and preparation for 100 years. This amusement that you now present to me. Things will not end any different from last time. The only difference is that now you are even weaker than before. Or do you mean to say that, with her choice, killing me will be akin to killing her, which is why you have not the will to make even a single move? Pitiful, pathetic, laughable. But no matter. None of it matters. We can wait here. There is time to wait. Let us see which of your so-called siblings shall come charging in to die in your stead this time. The haggard Weicha player slowly rises from in front of the board, only a few black stones left within his bowl. His movements are slow and stiff, so stiff as to seem like he has been sat there, withering away for the last 120 years.
As you lay there, half asleep, half awake, you turn the void within your body into a puppet, causing all sorts of trouble these past few centuries. You decided that puppet should walk away in the dark, while we walked in the light. And so at first, he tottered as he learned to walk. Then he secluded himself to gather his strength, and finally, he ran amok. But you forgot. When all is said and done, there is only one of him. If I had stormed in alone to that game 120 years ago, having forgotten how wide the board is, and how suffused it was with your might, then this time, it is his turn to have too much to do. He must cover all of Yen, and even lands beyond, dealing with black stone after black stone. This time, will you be able to see through my stratagem?
You tore yourself into 181 pieces, nearly driving yourself to madness, and you believed this would be enough to fool me? What of it?
What of it? A gravely wounded Fairmut, forced to sleep and recuperate, having to play a game with humanity while its thoughts are trapped in unending nightmare. Such depletion will cut away at the root of your life. All your bluff and bluster cannot hide it from me. You are going weak.
And what of it? All you have done is walk the same road the first to leave me walked. Oh, yeah, okay. The first to leave me walk, okay. That sentence does make sense when you realize what it's talking about. Doing all you can to delay my awakening. But do you truly believe you are awake? By killing me in every memory, every fantasy, will you be able to throw off the shackles of dream? How could the clash between he and it be limited to these confrontations? Countless possibilities, countless imaginings, countless conclusions, even more things that have transcended cause and effect gently fall through the tomb of Sway like snow. The proxy looks through each and every snowflake, seeing a game that leads to his death in all of them. Enough. Finally. You finally wish to put down that ridiculous game and bear steel against me? Yes. Good. This shall be my last bit of sport before I awake. Finally. The one who chose white, my reflection in the mirror, its nightmare. How difficult it is to meet with you.
Explosive Originite grenade.
What is that? Some sort of counter.
Away in the warehouse no longer.
It is time to draw blades. Oh, hi. Suppression pillars, interlocking devices jointly built by the Tiansha Bureau and the Sui Regulator. Activate them in the north, south, east, and west regions and defeat all enemies within each region, thereby weakening the abilities of the different parts of Sui. Only clear at most 2 nodes. Activate north, south, east, and west regions. Keep an eye on the time limit. When the countdown ends, Sway will break through the seal and join the battle. If you are prepared, you can activate the central suppression pillar, removing the seal so that you can face Sway. When the seal is broken, all deployed operators will be forcibly retreat and their deployment time reset. Sway is extremely powerful, so you must use the suppression pillars to weaken it first. Interesting. Interesting. So only do 2 of them. First and foremost. Okay, I shall. Move west of the map, weaken left claw of Sway if all enemies in the area are defeated. Lower Sway's res, and left claw of Sway will no longer use Hidden Moon. Lower Sway's attack and reduces the range of head of Sway's Wrath of Eon. Lower Sway's defense, and the right claw will no longer use Shrouded Sun. Lower Sway's HP and reduces the range of Hail of Sway's Order Overturned. I think I'd do HP and Claw. Or not Claw, HP and Attack. Or maybe... definitely Attack. Attack and something else. So I can tank it faster. Or better. Attack and... I have mostly physical things, so maybe defense. Although probably my stronger ones are, besides laser, are arts. We'll definitely do attack. Oh, what the heck? Did not expect that. Okay. Interesting. Oh, this is kind of cool. Those are the only two ranged pillars we've got.
You have been drawn into my plans.
Cleanse the six senses!
Warmongering as ever. Even now, you have learned nothing.
Well, that didn't work.
Get what you deserve. I mean, what you when 'tis a choice of life and
That's
death.
still on cooldown.
Why shouldst thou lay down
Why?
thy
I thought they got stamped and got revealed, but that didn't
As
happen.
ever. Even now, you have
Why did that not happen?
Not even a stirring of grass will go
Why aren't they being revealed?
The situation
What is the rule?
complicated. I shall improvise.
Did I even win? What just happened? Did I do it? What just happened? It just kicked me out. The other enemy is holding up the stamp. Oh yeah, they chain the hold up, don't they? It's not just the one they're on. It changed the whole thing. It failed, but I didn't lose. Restarting. I didn't leak anything. What are the rules?
If you're unsatisfied with the results, I'm ready to move out anytime.
Yeah, I forgot the holding up thing chains it.
Oh, high explosive Arknight grenade, my beloved. You'll waste away in the warehouse no longer. I'll blow you up so good the whole continent's gonna hear you scream. Ah!
You have been drawn into my plans.
When chaos abounds, tugging is
Warmongering as ever. Even now, you have learned nothing.
Get what you deserve. I mean, what you ordered.
the situation is complicated. I shall improvise. Tiny may a candle be. It
That
shall
didn't
drive
kill
the
it.
darkest night.
Dang it.
Xichao, unsheath. Let's just get this done with.
That still didn't work. What a...
I was exhausted the moment I got out the door. Today's really not
I don't
a good day for
understand.
work. I'll do it tomorrow.
Oh, high explosive Arichinite grenade, my beloved. You'll waste away in the warehouse no longer. I'll blow you up so good the whole continent's gonna hear you scream. Ah!
Observe the entirety of the board. There is no one point that decides victory.
Not even a stirring of grass will go overlooked.
Why must you insist on struggling?
The situate tiny may a candle be, it shall drive out the darkest night.
Evil will not be tolerated! So long as you're here, have some hot soup before you go.
Yeah, I guess my own guys do it.
Quickly! Is it still misbehaving? Then let's kick it up a notch!
Admit defeat now, and spare yourself the embarrassment.
Did I do it? I don't know how to tell. We're gonna do HP, I guess. What the heck? Those guys.
Spring breeze, timely rest.
Practice without principle is the height of folly.
Shi Chao, unsheath.
Oh yeah, that's why the warriors keep dying. Cause I forgot the warriors run into an enemy, they buff the enemy. That's what happens.
I'm here. There is no flight from hell.
That's the mechanic there.
I know very well why I draw this sword.
Oh, they only moved up one? Okay. Oh, okay.
Observe the entirety of the board.
Whoops.
There is no one point that decides victory. Warmongering as ever. Even now, you have learned nothing.
I'm here.
Why must you insist on struggling?
Five thunders, smite the wicked.
As sword of heaven's flaint, bid dawn as cast. I'll stop all evil in its tracks.
You will not escape this, dear, so easily.
Alright, at most 2. That's the 2 we'll do. We have time. We're just gonna let the respawn timer go down, I guess. Oh no, it does reset redeployment timer. Okay, cool. Oh snap. That's sick. Having the giant boss, but it's not like a set aside area where it is. It's just like crawling over the field. That's cool looking. Sway, the final god felled by Yin, has risen again. It rises its head and sees time immemorial from beginning to end, but it has never truly dwelled in the mortal realm.
Miss Lightning Flash. Thunderous, line up, line up. We have plenty of good eats for everyone.
Unquenched. Sway's anger, ignited by the head of Sway's Wrath of Eons, dealing heavy arts damage to the surrounding.
You have been drawn into my plans.
Roar. A word I've not heard in a long, long time.
I'm here. With prime blade shall evil be exiled. With righteous Felga strike shall demons die.
Sow the mountains when summer leaves a white dew. Seed the plains when equinox paints russet.
I assume every
hue.
section can take damage, yeah, so.
Got the situation down crystal clear.
Warmongering as ever. Even now, you have learned nothing.
No, it wasn't easy learning a rip. Step right up and taste my fireball's power!
Why must you insist on struggling?
Ow. Not that painful though.
Just relax and leave it to me.
A little painful. Not much though.
You will not escape this, dear, so easily.
Not even a stirring of grass will go overlooked.
Warmongering as ever. Even now, you have learned nothing.
You know, step right up and taste my fireball's power! I wasn't supposed to act. Sow the mountains.
There is no flight from heaven's bolt.
The situation, all balance held by the orders of Yak. All beasts hunted by the sons of men.
You will not escape this, dear, so easily.
Love it. Lags every time he goes to attack something.
I'll stop all evil in its tracks.
You will not escape this, dear, so easily.
Shoo, don't die! No.
Fear not as move at teardrop point. Once known, be death.
warmongering as ever. Even now, you have learned nothing.
Let's just get this done with.
Whoa! Oh, he lived. Okay. that was just him being a sore loser. I see. Yeah. Pathetic, just as I expected. The exact same ending once again. You were not bad in entertainment by my standards. But let us end it here. I must also thank you for this grand gift you have given me. With your strength, I shall be able to fully awaken and devour the power of your 12 whole. The strength you've gathered over the past 1,000 years shall be my nutrients, and I shall become strong, far, far stronger than I was 1,000 years ago. I shall become a true god. I shall rule over this land and lead all those weak insects in breaking through the curtain separating us from the stars, stepping over the ultimate darkness. With your combined strength, I shall see and obtain that future. And you, as a part of me, may use my eyes to see it. Foolish dreamer. Why resist? You will be like that consciousness you call a younger sister, returning to where you should be, returning to the primal chaos you came from. The dream you 12 have been so stubbornly chasing after shall be realized in that chaos. No need for hellish preparations, no need for wasteful schemes, no need for fragile freedom. You will be me, you will be us. A great illogical terror intrudes upon the proxy's mind. His heartbeat quickens as cold sweat drips down his brow. His body dearly wishes to leap away, but he cannot even swivel his eyeballs. A blessing. Split consciousnesses returning to the whole would be the cruelest of blessings. Abandon your desire for hardship. Abandon your worthless obsessions. Abandon those duties you bear. Abandon those clumsy emotions you learn from wretched humanity. Abandon that which consumes you. Embrace that which nourishes you. Suffering must be eliminated. You shall become a keepsake within my great consciousness, a futile yet respectable memento of the past. Suffering eliminated. Pain seeps down from his skin into his marrow. Terror spreads across his body from his backbone. What the proxy can see only begins to blur. Close your eyes. Yes, close them. You do not need your own, for my eyes are your eyes. No need to hesitate. Have you not thought this from the very beginning? The mortal realm does not seem as interesting as your siblings said it was. Huh. Why is this rebellious heart of yours so hard to tame? No matter. Simply yet another tangled consciousness to slowly digest. From this 1,000-year-long dream, I shall finally awaken. No. No! It thought it had crushed that shard of consciousness, but it does not sense its scattered strength from 120 years ago flow back into its body. What does this mean? Why am I still in the dream? The poet lifts the wine cup in her hand, but not to offer it to the heavens, but rather to pour it upon the ground. The wine falls, splashing across the yellow soil, becoming a drifting cloud of dust. Near a winter and summer since we parted, Shangshu. Ever since, I had no time to dream of you, for in the lands of man there are many things worth dreaming of more. As for you, using dream, using imagination, using things yet to pass to prevail, verily, you and he are evenly matched, on par with one another. But I seem to see amidst your bout many of my tales emplaced. Who could see a gulper of cups become now a sorrowful drunk? The poems of others are fine, but as such a juncture, those styles shall not do. I shall help you change a line. How about, after rain's end, petals fall beyond count, in wine's embrace thy freedom is found. What say you, sister dearest? The words of others are fine indeed, and its flow is pleasing, but when you are the one chanting it, it flows far too free, as if you are uninvolved. You, me, cheered us. Consensus has always been out of our reach. Then why not have it be your turn to sing a song for me that we share? How about it? No. Still unwilling to break your vow. Cheer still has not returned. However, I shall play for you. The bloody battlefield is flooded by a peaceful stream. The ripples upon the water quiver, becoming a pair of giant eyes. Even from within the water, those eyes stare at everything around it, fierce-pained, near crazy-eyed. Even so, the musician lightly plucks her strings. This tune. It seems that rather than being unfound of wine, dear chum, you are simply... In the middle of the river, the poet toasts alongside the tune, her cheeks flushed red. She does not chant to match the tune, but with bright, clear voice, even so, it is in perfect harmony with the tranquil music. The stars in the sky spin along to the poet and the musician, blending together into a pool of sweet water. From the water appears wine, some bitter, some fragrant. Even those great eyes begin to show signs of intoxication. I invite you to share one last cup of wine. At some point, the tones that started off high and steep gradually deepened, going from near inaudible to inescapable bass, lingering within the water. As for the simple sounds of the instrument, no longer are they quiet and mellow. It is as if only a tenth of the strings were silk, and the rest 3 parts long, 3 parts grief, and 3 parts determination. But in the contrast, the poet's recitation grows lighter, lighter as if a whisper, as if a consolation, as if a torrent of rain, flicking it away will only serve to wet your clothes. One low, one high, one disciplined, one unrestrained. The woman's voice merges with the voice of the instrument, weaving a dream fit to entomb a Fahrenheit. I invite you to share one last cup of wine, for beyond the western pass there is no more of mine. You dare use such tricks against me? The furious Fahrenheit lifts its head, attempting to discern the source of the sound, but to no avail. Its giant bloodshot eyes still flick towards the proxy, still shackled to the ground. After a moment of quiet, it finally realizes that this dream will not be so easy to break free from. It does not care if this is the last of the power of the proxy that it is here, or interference from proxies far away. Those great eyes staring at the outside world watch the dream that Ling and Chun weave. as they watch. Within that confrontation that never happened, its actions, its moves, its weak points, even its psyche, they have seen it all. He has seen it all. Such base deception, such pointless struggles. Before I have my vengeance on Yin, I shall kill you all first, one by one.
You will not have the chance. From now on, there is only our vengeance against you.
Absurd, ridiculous. Your so-called sisters may have deceived me with dreams and cracked open your shackles, but do you not feel how weak your body is, unfettered though it may be? This time I shall crush you and your miserable schemes. In that instant of fear and anger, its enormous body, as great as a mountain, shifts a fraction of an inch. The entire room begins to shatter into rubble. The great structure that suppressed sway gradually crumbles and collapses. Save me, save me! They're back! Those monsters from 100 years ago are back! Oh gosh, Mr. Pooh. The heck? How was his voice? Oh god, I don't know. Don't panic, don't panic. Form an orderly line and walk cautiously. Why aren't you listening to me? What to do, what to do. Mr. Pooh! Why are there still so many townsfolk who have yet to evacuate? There are still many Geists here. Say your hand, Tianxia. They are not Geists born from the turmoil in the tomb, but rather the original townsfolk. They are the students of the school. They are my students, yes. I can't bear to see them lose their lives here, so I beg you to lend me your aid. The old Tianxia is still guarding the mountain pass. I'm afraid I cannot protect them all on my own. I shall do my best to hold back the rebellious Geists. Yun Qingping, help Mr. Pooh in guiding everyone away. Surely you don't mean to do it alone, Deputy Minister Lin. It's long past the garden's closing hours. Why are there still so many tourists here? Mr. Yi. Still remember me? I was worried you'd forget me. What with you running circles about my garden. No need for further chatter. You all are lovers of things, which makes us kindred spirits. You two help this elderly gentleman see everyone out. I can deal with things here myself. I know you proxies have extraordinary abilities, Mr. Yi. But these are extraordinary times. I ask that you take care. No need to worry. If I cannot subdue even these aberrations, then I'm not fit to be the master of the Garden of Grotesqueries. If I may. By the way, a request of my humble record-keeping friend. Though you are
from afar. I regret to say I have no time to be a proper host. If you ever have some spare time in the future, I ask that you come again. But if fate is against us, and you are the last visitors to my garden, I would like you to preserve its sights with your brush and ink. I shall do my utmost. Please stay safe, sir. Smiles and nods. My, this shaking is far too strong, as well as this resentment. Even though only a fraction of this millennium of hatred and rage has spilled out here, still is such strength. I dare not imagine what exactly Wong is confronting down there. But even having come to this point, it is still not yet awake, which means our designs with the garden are still in effect. It is a shame, though. I fear these structures within the tomb are almost completely destroyed. I suppose I shall have to put in a bit more effort in suppressing it, then. You really know how to cause quite a stir, Wong. Oh, these geists are, in the end, formed from your fury. I have no desire to entertain such vulgar creations, and nor am I interested in collecting them. All I can say is that they will be a little hard to handle. The proxy looks up towards the once peaceful town at the foot of the mountain, now devastated and in ruins. Even a layabout has times when he is angered. I cannot forgive such destruction. Now. How much of this account shall be considered yours, Wong? I shall make it whole for him, reluctantly, I might add. Chi. Wong chased me away, so with nowhere else to go, I came to find you. Seriously? It does not really matter. I suppose I shall owe you a great deal if you were to help me with a big mess today. That's wrong. I suppose I shall owe you a great deal if you were to help me with a big mess today. Since when have you been concerned about what you owe me? Why, I would never. It is simply because you are so magnanimous, our third eldest brother, that you find it embarrassing to settle accounts with your younger siblings. Shall I help you suppress Sui? Or help you look after Mongshan Town? First, let us deal with the geists and protect the town. We will still have time to suppress it. There are two of us, after all. With enough speed, neither issue needs to wait. Rather greedy of you, no? Hardly the first time you've seen my greed. True. If I had not dropped by today, all those exotic plants, fine woods, and strange stones you so painstakingly gathered would be ruined, which would be quite the pity. Well, I need only come by and ask you for more later. Teal and pink flames join the spreading golden threads, searing away the murky black geists. What a pain. We just got here and all of these things popped out of nowhere. There's no end to them either.
They just keep coming like Misua that's been soaking for too long. Let's hide somewhere behind me, Grand Tutor. I'm not too good at fighting. Nearly whacked you a few times there. It's a half-baked plan, but all I can do is... Still talking about food, kid? I've added a little something to your pot of half-baked swollen miswa. No need to thank me. Let's see, sisters number 1 and 2, the kiddo, who else? No big deal if Ado doesn't show up. What about Chi? Yeah, I've got a little something for him too. Forget it, heed me, Dark Devastator. Quantum Firecracker, Quantum Launcher, Quantum Rumbler, Quantum Cannon. Lock on to 30 meters around the kid and... Fire at will! Fire everything! Fire! Fire! Shut up already. What the hell even is this stupid Dark Devastator thing? Chu and I only agreed to help you because you promised you wouldn't make these weird things again. Made it pretty much the same as the 12 pagodas in 5 cities. This is war after all, and all's fair in it. That Weichi family loves saying shit like that. Who exactly are declaring war on aiming that stuff at me? Get her under control, Shu. This really isn't what you promised earlier. Once this is all over, don't forget to make an apology. Sorry. These firecrackers really do remind me of Da Wang, though. They are subdued during the Shenggong festival. But when the new year arrives, the firecrackers they light up might be even fiercer than the ones Nien has used. Right? My family reunion should be more lively. If you had fired that barrage earlier, it would have fallen at Yu's feet. Take a break and let Dusk play with it. She's waiting for it. She's been waiting for it a while now. Me, I don't want to touch that thing. So, should I continue? Yeah, give it to me. If I let you keep firing that stuff, you're gonna burst everyone's eardrums. Shu, Nien, Dusk, you're finally here. Long time no see, kiddo. Dinner ready yet? We aren't done with the work yet, Nien. How could you only be thinking of Yu's cooking? No one's gonna affect the other. Oh, right. Did we ever give them the heads up about that we'd be meeting here? Hey, Grand Tutor, it should be fine, right?
Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. If you are able to resolve this guy's crisis together, then that shall be an act of great merit.
I always knew you weren't the dried-up stick in the mud you looked like. Say, Grand Tutor, you think our business with Yen has been a good one?
Perhaps it would not only be considered business in Yen's eyes. Making a friend is far more important than doing business.
That's some wise words. Next time those old fogies from the Ministry of Works come to pasture me, I can throw them in their face. Everyone who should be here is here. Let's take a head count of the ones who aren't here yet. Fong, that one brother who apparently just left. Guess he's not important. Whoa, is this the New Year's celebration? This is just like how Master said they'd celebrate it. Lanterns, banners, screaming firecrackers, though I don't see any lanterns. This is the first time I've seen this many firecrackers, though. Alright, time to land. Watch out, Nian. Someone just flew over my head. I think they're gonna land right next to you. What? The 5-star? Who the hell are you? Great question. Crazy to introduce them right at the end. Based on your gear, I'm guessing you're, Niao, I am at Taraxacum. I'm from Sargon, and I am an apprentice under my master, though usually I just drive the cart. Oh right, my master's called Fong. Oh yeah, that's true. Okay. So he came in his master's place? Figured it'd be number 10. Man, didn't expect a shy guy like him to have a cheery apprentice like you. I'm Nian, the 9th, which means I'm his older sister. Let's give you a quick rundown. Those two chatting over there are Shu, the 6th, and our youngest brother Yu, the one on top of Dark Devastator splashing ink everywhere, is trying to melt away the Geist. That's our youngest sister, Dusk. Qi and Yi, the 7th and 8, are probably by the mountain over there, while our big sister Ling and our second sister Chun are off to nap who knows where after some drinks. Then under our feet, there's number 2, Wong. Strictly speaking, today's party is all on him. Wait a second, got into introducing the family. If you're here, where's the big 1-0? Yeah, it's not that my master didn't return, he just asked me to give this to you. A steelyard scale. Target Fairmont about to arrive at critical position. It's still moving forward. No time to wait for reinforcements from other cities. We attack the moment it takes its next step. We beat them once 1,000 years ago, we sow no excuses. Oh yeah, aren't there like 5 other Fairmonts doing something? I forgot about this. The ancient titan lurches forward, powered by the confusion and anger of arousing from age-old slumber. It suddenly notices by its hind claw a minuscule, near imperceptible existence. Don't go any further. Turn back. Doubtful rumble. I know, the Weiqi player summoned you. I don't want to speak ill of my elder brother. He might not have been thinking of exploiting you for no reason or throwing away your lives. Disdainful snort. You're heavily wounded. I may have ways to heal you. If you insist on continuing forward, I also have ways to make you feel pain. 100-fold, 1,000-fold, though I would really rather not. Turn back, I can heal your wounds and help you find a new home. Just don't cause any more death and destruction. The Thin Master gave me this scale and told me to deliver it to you. Quick. He hasn't gone anywhere, he's still where he was earlier, looking this way. Got it. He's too scared to come. Scared this meeting would be the last, but he still wants to help us out a bit, and with that Weiqi failure. So in the end, he decided to be real awkward and send you over, while he waits on some mountaintop somewhere. Man, our family can be such a pain in the ass. On the other hand, I didn't think dried-up old Tenor would learn some proper bedside manner. Did he pick up that silver tongue in your part of Sargon? Not really. Damn shame then. I'd also like to learn how to speak good better. Maybe then my next movie's funding and lead actors wouldn't jump ship halfway through. What the? There's still people rushing over to start a war. Everyone turns their heads towards the nearby city, a city that is slowly but inexorably heading towards their gathering. Can't just stand by and watch as a bunch of jerks stir shit up. How about we see that Dark Devastator matches up to human? No, bad idea. Getting into a fight like that seems a little impolite. Leave it to me. Hey. Oh, you're that, Chen Hui Che. You know me. You were my supporting actress, the one I cast for that movie. What a callback. Shame I wasn't able to find you afterwards, or most of the rest of the cast, so I had to delay the shoot. Do you mean that movie Lava was talking about? Oh, Lava told you about it. Great! We've got the money-guzzling Dark Devastator on scene, and now you're here too. You have that, thing she left behind. That's why I'm here. How do you plan on stopping that city? With my sword. It wasn't part of my original travel plans, but I've stopped by human before. I know a little bit about its structure and weak points. I heard that master swordsmen don't see things as things, but rather weak points and flaws. You one of those masters? You've been watching too many movies. There are things only you and your family can do. Likewise, I have things I can't shirk from. Believe in me, like how I believe in all of you. Chen Hui Che turns to face the nomadic city rumbling towards her. She can see the weaponry lining the walls, the soldiers atop the observation posts, and the Tiansha with their furrowed brows. She believes they can see her too. But simply standing here will not be enough. She takes a small step back. She looks at the entirety of the city structure. Its threads, the wind aegis, the sand sluices, the watchtowers, the gates. She knows where this blow should fall. As a sword of heaven's plaint, bid dawn as cast. The writing knife in her hand is not pointed at any one part of human, but rather up towards the sky. The knife becomes a long sword, becomes a heart-pounding golden light, and then finally becomes a sandstorm that engulfs human. They can just do that? Sand? Has Sui already awoken up? Look alive, everyone! No, wait, this is... The storm that swallowed up heaven and earth is not made of coarse sand, but rather gentle, golden snowflakes. They fall onto the soldiers' bodies, their hands, their faces. The snowflakes melt, and out of nowhere they hear the beating of a drum. Those memories, near buried away by the sand, suddenly become crystal clear. They remember catastrophe, and those who would stand within it. A poet who drank wine and spouted poetry in its face. Or maybe someone who made a lonely exit once everything was done. They remember the emotions that surged through their minds back then. They worked as one, they fought as one, and for a moment they forgot the confusion and puzzlement pressing down on them as one. They stop whatever they are doing, silently listening to the pounding of the drum. They count the number of beats, count all the calamities human faced across the years, big and small. Until the 18th rousing farewell boom resounds, the entire weather-beaten city is like an old man overwhelmed by memory. One who slows to a crawl, then stops. Yeah, at this rate, I won't make it in time to the last few encampments. Why have we stopped? Don't tell me the artillery already... The power cut! The spent candle holder realizes he has stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Even a near-instant cut in power would require many short but essential checks on the cannons before they can re-engage. Despite the automatic switch to reserve energy stores, it has bought him precious time. Why would there be a power cut now? Surely it's not the proxies in human. A strong wave of emotion sweeps memories to the surface of Sola's mind, but what he recalls did not take place in Yumen. It is possible that the fate of us siblings will lie in your hands, Lord So. To be able to chat with you on this festive day, even but for a moment, is destiny at work. I hope that in the future you can see me as a man you can discuss things with. The doubt and suspicion he felt at the time have now become some sort of illogical post-realization and incisiveness, though he knows there are still many things he is confused about. But he soon pushes down that sense of relief, that sense that makes him relax, even feel exhausted. It's not only about the fate of your family, it's also my family, Yumun, Pain Cao, all of Yin. Heh, why am I thinking about this now of all times? This fateful decision is not over yet. He forcibly tamps down the wellspring of emotion flooding his heart. His hates-to-lose attitude pushes him onward, hastily winding his way to the last few emplacements. The golden sands that filled the sky gradually disperse. The radiance fades, turning the blade in Chin's hand back into an ordinary writing knife. To the side, Yu stoops down, gasping a pinch of soft, golden snow-like sand. Through a daze, he looks at the golden sheen, a sheen he has not seen in over 100 years. What he remembers is his older sister he last met over a century ago, but as for what Chen sees, she sees a parting farewell in a distant, frigid north. The snowflakes melt away. This newly bright memories slowly fade again, returning to their worn and shabby states. All that remains is a sigh on the lips. Finally here. This is the Tomb of Sway. Despite having some knowledge of it for a while now, actually seeing such an enormous structure in person leaves her shocked. Within Paicao in turmoil, all of its soldiers have been recalled to fight the geists lining its streets. Across from the door is an abyss that none dare look at. I was pretty eager to accept that mission, but how do I actually get in? Ya accounted for my speed and intercepted me. I didn't familiarize myself with that map very well, so she probably beat me here. So now what? Do I just knock on the door? Allow me. You're Shuo. Long has it been since I was called by that name. Do we happen to be old acquaintances, madam? I happen to be a friend of one of your students. And I once stole one of your things, but I already returned it, sorry. The thing I'm talking about isn't this thing here. I meant... I know. You do. I could hardly be mistaken about the scent of my siblings. The man notes the clothes of the woman before him, and his face takes a slight turn for the serious. Whether it be the martial disciplines or the scholarly ones, there should not be a splitting of sects. But if you wish to eliminate the prejudice in the hearts of others, then you yourself must first have a tolerant heart. My thanks for your wisdom. The young lady carefully and deferentially hands over Chie's token. Toshie, madam. Delivering this drop of life to the tomb is no doubt Chun's plan. Aside from Wang, she was the closest to Chie, and she wished for her here, even if only as a token. But I fear that she did not adequately explain things to you. Our family will be gathering in the barrens outside, not in the tomb itself. What? But this is still a stroke of good fortune. Before our family reunion, I shall have this life accompany me on a trip into the tomb. Surely this isn't a piece that the Witcher player is planning to use up when defeating Sway, right? He worked so hard to bring this out into the mortal realm, how could I betray his intention by consuming it? It is simply to bring him peace of mind, nothing more.
Take it away. I have no need for battle reports.
Level 11, Eternal Cycle. You think yourself clever? Tell me, then, why do you humans forever chase a reunion they know to be impossible?
Traitors.
Or that was, sorry. Traitors. You 12, each and every one of you, plan to betray me, yes?
Indeed, none of us will submit to becoming a part of you. We have lived as ourselves. This is why we are different from you.
Dang, okay. Music's popping off.
Live as humans. You see yourselves as humans, and try to bring delusions varied to bear against me. You relied on the power you stole from me, integrating it yourselves with those puny insects, but you still had to humble yourselves, hiding your claws and fangs to make yourselves look harmless.
Is that what you mean by living as human?
You still don't understand. You can never understand, for you have never lived. And I am well aware from where your arrogance stems. But with a glance, you can look from the beginning to the end of its time. Though your consciousness has traversed the great void for eons, you have never had kin you could converse with. You are simply a god declaring itself supreme over a pitiful plot of empty space.
I know full well what this feeling was like, until the day someone gave me a name.
You are nobody's fate. Not the people of this land, or we 12. And there is one thing you will never understand. Against someone who already has nothing to his name, fate is utterly powerless.
Very well. Then you dare to repeat your foolish challenge. I do not mind shattering your delusion once more. I killed you once 120 years ago. I shall kill you again, but with a flick of my wrist.
Is that meant to scare me? I am already accustomed to losing. I have already lost too many precious things. I have lost the entire board. My dignity, my honor, my trust, my freedom, myself, my family. Did you really think someone with nothing more to lose would be afraid? But you? Are you not afraid you will suffer another ignominious defeat like 1,000 years ago? Is this fear not what makes you hesitate to step forward?
But just at this hour? You desire in vain to replace me, to steal away my body. Why would I allow you to do as you please? You need only stir this body awake first. The Fairmont extends its talons as great as mountains. Countless Fairmots and countless tombs extend their talons, countless talons as great mountains, and point them towards the same proxy. It does not matter if this is a dream. So things as that loathsome face is wiped away in all of them, there will be nothing left to stop its awakening. What is this? An incomparably brutal blow slams into its bodies. A strength it is familiar with. It knows that in this split second it has lost its connection with its enormous body. Who could cause such harm to its form? The space shakes, then warps and tears, as if 1,000 years' worth of martial prowess has been channeled into a single strike, ripping apart the edges of the dream. Why are you always so meddlesome? I knew you would say that. I also promised that were things to arrive at this stage, I would be with you. Besides, I also wanted to bring her to meet you, to let you know that all your years of planning were not for naught. To the boundary between dream and reality, Wang sees the token Chong Yu clutches to his bosom, and then their eyes meet. You should leave. Live. Live and come back to us. I will not make you any promises. The distance between them stretches with speed. Even though he is a grand master of Kung Fu, 1,000 years old, a human body is still only a human body. The force piercing the veil between truth and fiction quickly dissipates, but the voice of that brother Wang is so fed up with, still reaches his ears. Then I will look for you. I always will. Suit yourself. What did he do? But it does not matter, it does not matter. No matter what he did, it was only for an instant. No longer shall he disturb us, nor will any of his ludicrous, insignificant siblings. This is my dream, with only you and I. I thought I would have to bring all my strength to bear to defeat you, but it seems you are still weak, still liable to collapse at the slightest of breezes. You only have a single stone left. I will barely even have to lift my finger to crush you, to annihilate you. And those poems, those laws, those martial arts, those irksome pests, I'll need only use the strength I saved for you to isolate you from those meddlesome insects. You are unfit to die by my claws. You are only fit to be cut down by a reflection's blade. Now die. Yeah, is that so? Oh snap. To die is your end, not mine. Yes, in all these casual chains, in all these possibilities, in all these dreams, you will die. These countless repetitions within this dream have rotted away, hollowed out your most frenzied imaginings, and all without you knowing. Have you not noticed how intricately linked you and I are in this dream you used to trap me? You have been chained by your hatred, vengeful impulses. Your evolution has reached its end. And we have already surpassed you. But your body will persist, and I will take your place. And how will you do that? With your isolated stones, and with your own body so ready to fall apart? You dare assume I have only my stones, and this body of mine? The near-dead proxy uses the last of his strength to lift his sword. The deranged Faramut gives one last howl of rage. The cold moon splits stones, the fierce sun chars boards. Ashes to ashes, a farewell to the ages. We got a cutscene? Oh snap. The seed. You just make a piece with all their power. Enough. This farce of a game must have end. An end? Did you not once tell me that the board is endless, and that our battle is so much more than the board called Wong? I am not the only one playing against you.
War. A word I've not heard in a long, long time.
What you have sown, I have reaped for you here.
When 'tis a choice of life and death.
If it isn't Wong the Wei Chi failure. If you told us you needed our help, we would have shown up sooner, you know. Here lies a dream unchained. I gift unto you verse and wine, wind and rain.
So long as you're here, have some hot
You can't fight on an empty stomach, Wong.
This battlefield would do well with a splash of
Stars shrouded, snow, crude mountains utmost risen.
Look at this spectacular
At this
sight.
final battle, we are here together.
Alas, it is now a battlefield.
They have all found their own paths. Each and every one of them has triumphed over you, leaving you in the dust. You still believe you have the upper hand?
How can this be? How can this be?
If I, with split stones and a burnt board, shall send you off on your final journey.
Triple exclamation. No, it is not over yet.
There is still a chance. Fee upon your transcendence, your own paths. Those are simply the power they have stolen from me. And your candle grows dim.
The guy pulled out fee.
My candle grows dim, as does yours. You have squandered your memories. Now upon this farewell board, we are all equally insignificant.
What the? You dare? You cannot!
We no longer need you. The people of this land no longer need you. Even the evolution and the future upon which you fixate no longer need you. And when your opponent no longer needs you, your fate is sealed.
Mission accomplished.
Memories from time immemorial pour down like a torrential rain, washing away its enormous, empty consciousness. The remnant consciousness slips and slides about the land of dreams, trying to find a single scrap of something, anything, to use as its foundation. But those dreams are now as blank as unscribed bamboo slips, with only the grain of wood to provide texture. There should be people and events written upon them, yet such things cannot be grasped.
It has lost. Without a doubt.
You wish to seize its body, to take its place, but what of your siblings?
They will not see me again, nor will they come to fill this void you have left behind.
That said, I will not disappear. I shall always be with you. What the heck? No matter who sits upon this corporeal throne, a void shall form. Since you have no intention of filling it, I shall haunt this place eternally.
To torment the master of this body.
To usurp its will, to torment its mind, are but two sides of the same Tong Bao.
There will be something to fill your vacancy.
All that is left of you now is emotion, abundant emotion, but that matters not in the face of this shattered consciousness. If it did matter, its rage would have filled it long ago.
That will not be a worry. The one replacing you shall be far more terrifying than what you have ever been.
The proxy steps forward, leaving the white creation behind him. The Farinmut, about to drown in its own hollow mind, lets out a bitter cry. Soon even that cry, filled with pain and defiance, dies down, leaving only an echo reverberating throughout the room. A murky, dying gasp.
You are about to die. Am I going to die? Who am I? Why am I? Why will I die? You are the most arrogant of dreamers. In your dreams, you pushed evolution to an endless sea of stars. But this egotistical evolution was cut short by humanity. That humanity you saw as nothing. And then your anger, your hatred, and your defiance dragged you to your grave. But at the very end of it all, you died by my hand. You will destroy the future. That future of evolution that escapes through nation, and through infinite expansion, touches the face of the void. It was a dream you would never have been able to see to fruition. Evolution will not stop because of your death. Your passing will simply be released for a will that has suffered for 1,000 years. If you truly yearn for that future, where the stars shine only for you. He lifts up the last of his stone. In his hand they slowly lose their form, turning into a blade. It looks on as he lifts up the last of his stones. He throws them into the sky, up towards the boundless heavens. He takes the last of his congealed sharpness, and thrusts it into its eye. He watches as those black stones become a galaxy that flows towards it until the bestial sway closes its eyes. The bestial sway epsees the future that exists only in its dreams. Espies is that how that should be pronounced. May you dream well.
The entire room begins to shake before ultimately collapsing. The forms of Proxy and Faramut slowly merge together. No longer shall they be parted. Here a new sway is born. Still hanging in there, Shu? This is no big deal. It's just that handling this many of its minions takes its toll. Hey, Dusk, fire that away. There's tons of geist there. Where? Where I'm pointing. There's nothing there. Are you stupid? There's... Yin is stupefied. There really is nothing there. And not just there, it's as though someone has sneakily wiped away the blotch of ink staining the ground. The rampaging geists are just a moment ago are nowhere to be seen. Whoa, he nearly chopped me in half. I'm obviously trying to chop that thing in half. Where'd that monster go? Understood. The soy regulator reports that all script guys have disappeared. We won? Don't let your guard down. An earthquake? It stirs. All hands move to an open space. The shaking from afar arrives. The time has come. The Trulung grasps the jade seal used to start the device. It may just be his imagination running wild, but he feels a connection between the machine and the blood running through his veins. During this moment of hesitation, a great shadow appears before him, nearly covering the entirety of the Oranginium's radiance. Are you it? The shadow utters what seems to be a threatening low roar. Within that roar, the Trulung hears a haggard voice, one he heard decades ago. No, you're no longer it. But how many of its memories and dreams, its thoughts and feelings have you inherited? Will you be of aid to Yin in the future? Or will you bring only misfortune? Are you he or an all-new Sui? Its pale memories, withered dreams, exhausted thoughts, befouled feelings, they all roil and jostle through my consciousness at this very moment. But you are correct. Sui is dead. The shadow lets out a long howl that shakes both heaven and earth. But what you, your ancestors, your nation owe it, is also what you owe me and mine. Those arts winding their way through your body are proof your ancestors shackled us for 1,000 years. Though these memories have faded, these dreams be wilted, these thoughts be decayed, these feelings be rotted away. This rage of 1,000 years still burns as bright as the sun. But you are not him. If your hatred is not diminished, then make your move. Your wish is to use this piece of Oranginium to take me down with you. It shall be my final act in service to Great Yen. If you are a new Sui, I shall rid my country of you, even if it costs me my life. If you are Wong, then my promise to you stands. Your life shall be spared, and you will be pardoned for deceiving the crown, and now for regicide. I shall also pardon myself for the crime of unclarity of thought, which led to suspicion between parent and child, the scattering of kin, the formation of factions, and the unrest that rocked that nation. Do you truly seek death? If it can begin a new chapter in the history of Great Yen, why would I deny you my life? Very well, as you wish. Do you believe all grudges settled? Ya? Is that you? You're finally here. We finally meet. Hey, you are no longer it. It was slain by my hand. You are too late.
You actually did it. That ridiculous plan of yours actually worked. Very well. If you have taken its place, then you shall bear my rage.
The ancient colossus remains quiet, silently watching the near-dead kin.
What is this? Are you pitying me?
Up until the end of this endless journey, the millennium of hatred burning bright in Ya's chest, unwavering for even a moment. So why now, when Ya sees Sui for herself, does the hate seem to fade away, leaving only nothingness?
Why are you so unconcerned? Were you hoping I would grant you release? No, I will kill you. I will not kill you.
The sword in her hand hesitates. What would come from enacting this vengeance? A bloody end for the both of them? Why take up arms? Why betray them? She finally realizes that with the death of Sui's consciousness, those answers she had searched for are no longer in reach.
But how could I ever forgive you?
This is your own fault. You should have arrived sooner. You should have witnessed its death, or maybe you should have contributed to that to quell your deadly grudge. But there is still something you can do, late though you are.
Oranginium. This is all part of your schemes. You went through that trouble to collude with this ancient lunatic to lead me here. Just want me to connect this room to that ugly stone.
The choice is still yours. Choose vengeance and you can do what you have dreamed of countless times. Take that ugly stone and give this vessel an eternity of torment. Or, since you are about to die away, why not simply leave?
You!
The Ferrymutt, so close to its limit, is about to thrust its sword into the boundless body of Sui. That sword, so mighty against humanity, yet all too weak against its kin. But the moment before Ya does so, that anger burning for 1,000 years finally slips away. In her reverie, Ya looks closely at the Sui that is no longer Sui, and then Ya howls with laughter. The enormous vessel remains silent.
I do not know why you are so adamant on being tortured, or why you wish to bring this cursed oranginium into your body. All I know is that this is what you want. You want to take this festering, swelling ancient wound and have it thrust into you. Very well. I will humor you. For you are not Sui, but Wang, the Sui Slayer, and so I shall help you. I shall help you repay its sins over endless time. But, in a vessel such as this, even the strongest of spirits will be worn away and assimilated, ultimately becoming just like it. Then, when that time comes, I shall return. I shall have my vengeance by slaying you with my own 2 hands. But as for now, I do not wish to hear you prattle on about explanations and like. I do not wish to hear you squabble with those insects. All I want to do to this body is to have my unprecedented vengeance. One most fitting for we souls who have walked since the beginning.
Cutting away the seasons is not a power without a price, especially for a Ferrymutt on the brink of death, meddling with the most primal force of this land. But Ya still is it anyway. That piece of oranginium, alongside the space it occupies, is cut away by Ya, then ruthlessly thrusts it into the depths of Sui's body. And then, all she sees is black. Ya has already forgotten her 2 kin she had trapped within illusion. With the fading of the last of her strength, they break free. Now, they watch her body slowly wither away, their faces lined with sorrow. Oh my. An earthquake, just as we have escaped those fiends.
Over here, Tian Shalin. There are still people here. Coming.
Lin Qingyan rushes over, dragging several bewildered geists out from the collapsing building, but the tremors get stronger and sending a falling roof beam straight to Mr. Poo's head. Duck, you old book brain.
Thank you for saving me, oh brave hero.
Zushi. Yo, everyone's still alive? Not bad. Alright, everyone's safe and the earthquake's over. Get everything tidied up, then head back. Is the chaos finally over? The childlike Tiansha narrows her eyes, looking out towards the tomb of Sui. She has a rare, somber expression on her face, far cry from her usual cynicism. This was your choice, you Weiqi failure, your calculation. You must have foreseen this kind of disaster this piece of oranginium would bring with it, to think up of a solution like this. It means nobody's going to dare mess with you, but you may as well be damning yourself to eternal hell this way. You chose a bitter road to follow. I don't know if this counts as me helping you or hurting you. Plotting a great windfall for all beings in this realm, you actually did it. This game of yours, Weiqi failure. The enormous shadow, the crazed woman, the oranginium's orange glare. Everything begins to fade from the Chulung's sight. He finally understands, what the proxy's ultimate plan was. Fahrenmut's oranginium. At the cost of near eternal torment, Wang ascended the seat of sway and accepted Ya's vengeance. But Bu Fan, or rather the first oranginium Wan has relied upon since the days of yore, is now buried within the deepest pits of the Fahrenmut's body and soul. And with the disappearance of the energy it supplied, the secret chamber gradually begins to collapse. The true lung walks towards the exit and pulls open its doors, only to discover they have been jammed shut by rubble. But he does not panic. He feels that to die here is not such a bad thing. Qi Shao. For a moment, the true lung believes himself to be hallucinating, for the one supporting him by the shoulder has an uncanny resemblance to his older brother. Yen Wu.
Don't speak, follow me.
Like the room behind it, the blood-red hidden passage begins to crumble away in the wake of Bu Fan's disappearance. The true lung leans against Wei Yin Wu's shoulder, doing his best to match his pace. He still feels like this is all a dying dream, a meeting with his estranged brother that his feeble consciousness conjured up. He tries to think back to his younger days, when he made mischief with his brother as they ran through the halls of the palace. What season was it? Was it autumn? No, it was not that cold, so it must have been... It has been too long. He no longer resembles it clearly, or remembers it. Wow, this looks just like the Tiansha building in Enfield, actually. Same staircase, the giant apparatus in the center. It's literally the same building. The prolonged earthquake finally stops. The panicking court mandarins look at each other, unsure what is to come next, at least until a familiar face unhurriedly walks in. You may all rest easy. Supervisor, do you mean to say... The Sui menace has been thoroughly resolved. I ask you all to return to your posts. The chaos is over, but there are still many things in Baizhao that require our attention. The Imperial Guard standing behind her add a little gravitas to her declaration. After some hesitation, the Mandarins tidy their clothes and hats and begin before they walk out of the doors. Once the last of them has left, Chuan nods at the guards. They stand aside, but they keep their eyes locked onto her. He did it. Eliminating Sway and finding you. He did both of them. The former candle holder, the current supervisor of the Sway regulator, listens to the heartbeat of the Farenmut. It is the rage that enormous creature felt against itself, but there is a gentle breath accompanying that pulse. From within, she hears something not of that consciousness, far away from that vessel, gathered somewhere in Pai Cao, and it speaks of forgiveness. Within the Grand Palace, there is now only a single weathered old man. Ever since the Chulung descended underground, he has waited here, listening to the reports from Yumen, the uproar in Pai Cao, the declaration from the Sui regulator to the entire city that all is now well. His coughing has only grown more violent. His waist has more stooped. At the time of the declaration, he can no longer support himself. He is forced to sit on the ground, leaning against the throne. At first, he felt anger, then worry. But now he only feels exhaustion. Memories from near 100 years ago, when he was instated by the current Chulung's father, forcing themselves to the surface. This guy's old. Wow. It was midwinter when the snow swirled through the air. The then Chulung was still far from being addled, happy to sit about the fireplace with the newly promoted Mandarin and discuss all great things happening under heaven. Contact between Laterano and Iberia, the war between Colombia and Victoria, Ursa's desire for conquest, the turmoil in Higashi, the mysterious weapons of Kazdal, and Sway. As it was not excised the first time, the Chulung was resolute in having the second attempt come with no mistakes. Yan would obtain the bones of Sway in the near double the amount of energy, and it eliminated the age of Yin will have arrived. Their talks became so fervent that the Emperor stood up and struck out barefoot into the snow, using his fingers to brandish Qi Shao as he spoke of what grand ambitions he had for Yin's future. We both are exalted to distant thought, aspiring to the sky and the bright moon. And then he could no longer wait for the day that Chulung would blow the horn and call for Sway's eradication. He could only wait for that Chulung's mind to deteriorate until all he had abandoned him. And then you also could not wait for the current Chulung's return. You could not prove to him that all you have done was not for your own selfish reasons, but for the future of Yin. Through his murky eyes, the old man believes the one standing before him can only be the emperor he has waited for so long. But the voice in ringing ears says otherwise. The entire court knows your cold is merely a pretext. The lingering illness that has plagued you for years could hardly be passed off as a simple chill. Just as how we all know that your ironclad desire to eliminate Sway was not an idea you had on your own. You once held great esteem and approval, but now the dust has settled. Those who followed you. The old man can no longer hear. His throat shudders. All he wants to do is speak those words spent up in his heart. Look here, the doddering old fool who started this chaos stands here waiting your majesty's judgment. Your words will not be heard by anyone. Before he can shout these words, at his liege, like an unfortunate, misunderstood hero, life itself no longer wishes to remain within him. He is dead. Wow, this place sure has changed a lot. Finally tearing down this eyesore of a tomb Had the same idea 5 centuries ago. Can't believe you're still in the mood to talk like that. We still don't know what it was like inside. Well, it's obvious, isn't it? We're alive, which means he's not dead. Wang, he definitely succeeded. I heard upon the wind that Brother Eldest already entered. 'Twould not be long before he drags him out. If you have aught to ask him then. He kept many things hidden from us. He cannot escape from his sentence. Damn, Chun. Still as strict as ever. Speaking of, I can't be the only one who's thinking. We've never had a family gathering this big before. Feels a bit strange having so many of us in one place. Agreed. If you're going to eat together, then I'll be heading back. Nuh-uh. We all agreed to a reunion dinner. Nien, Dusk, don't even think about running away. Alright. Can't exactly say no to my baby brother's cooking. Say my name with respect first. Pulls a face. How happy I am to see you all hale and hearty. Ah, damn, you two are covered in dirt. Well, as long as you're alive. Which reminds me, last time I heard someone was acting all cool and determined, and look, he's doing perfectly fine. Why are you pinching me, Shu? Sister? You've returned. My apologies for worrying you. Huh. Those two inside should have been out by now, right? Look over there. You finally emerged, Take. Wang, is he... What the? Changyu looks towards his siblings. They see the mirthless look on his face, and they know it to be an ill omen. He restrains himself from letting out a sigh that would be tantamount to a declaration. Let's see what this ending is, but I'm curious what the point of making the Farenmut hearts were if Wang just takes the place of Sui anyway. Because wasn't the point of those to create those so that the proxies could survive without Sui? Backup plan? But why need a backup plan when you could just use those in the first place? Like, we don't need Wang to become Sui then. But also Wang is an operator, so let's see what happens. Because clearly he's not fully trapped. Something happens. Unfailing Chronicle. Let the chronicles preserve what is true, and let 1,000 autumns be distilled into this one. Yes, Father, didn't tell anyone why he left, or when he left. No, maybe I was the only one who didn't tell. I don't know. I can barely remember anymore. Mother had just passed away at the time, too. Mother, she never liked Father or me, and in the end, Tal as well. Father left much less of an impression on me compared to Mother. Once when I was confronting Wei Yanwu, I said father was a weak man. My opinion still stands. But he really did try to love me and Tal. When I was young, I was scared when Wei Yanwu came to our house to find mother. So he took me outside. Ever since that day, he would drown his sorrows needing more booze every time, though he never drank in front of me. Tal didn't like him either at first. He spent a lot of time with her, even learning Victorian alongside her, though he had never heard the language before in his life. When Mother was at her most agitated, he would tell us to go outside and face Mother's madness alone. Early winter, 1102. Thank you, Hui Shui. I think that's enough. You know, before your father married, he was not completely like this. I can see it. So now we use the writing knife to correct the mistakes in the family history you compiled. No, it's simply a family chronicle. It won't even be published. It's not worth using something as precious as that knife on it. Despite Chen Chaoqian's repeated declining, Hui Che still takes the knife off her hip and presses it into Chaoqian's hand. Che and Chun had hoped this knife would be able to correct the mistakes that happen when we whitewash or forget the past. Even though these errors only involve one fallen family instead of all of Yen, I think they would still want them corrected. Alright. Chen Chaoqian fiddles with the knife, feeling its weight and balance in her hand, but she makes no move to use it. Hey, will she really come back? Honestly, I don't know. That thing from the Garden of Grotesquerie settled itself down quite nicely in that office on the top floor. But if you're asking me if that's the Chia who walked with Yen through the centuries, I really don't know. I don't know when it happened, but it seems like some of our prior generations took this overly reliable, seemingly immortal woman for granted. So once she passed, a few weak people like me lost a pillar propping them up. It appears that all that was left after the fading of that omnipotent goddess were the words of everyone else. It's true that historians should have confidence in their statements, but when that confidence loses the backing of someone who is eternally correct, it's easy to give up. If that's what you're saying, you guys should invite her back when she's revived. No, on the contrary, what we should do is leave the cradle of having the right answer fed to us, and take on the prospect of making a mistake with cool heads. Chen Chaoqian uses her free hand to pick up the Chronicles, throwing it onto the table. What page did it open on? Take a guess. Based on the thickness, around page 30. I would say about the same, but She picks up the book daintily, and without looking at the page number, tidies it up once more. We have made one of history's unresolved questions. One just for you and me. In this land, whether because nobody witnessed them or because too many people had witnessed them, how many of these unresolved questions do you think there are? A lot of them. Indeed, a lot of them. Personally speaking, what I want the most right now is the courage to be responsible for writing down history, even though I know such unresolved questions will never have answers. Alright, I'll leave the knife to you. Help me correct the pages I show you. It really does leave no mark. When you use it normally, it's just a crazy good eraser. Eraser? Those two women certainly entrusted this writing knife to the right person. Oh right, is Mr. Lang still within the pavilion? Where is he? Mr. Lang? He's on leave today. Then you're meeting someone else. Miss Ning, as it were. Oh, don't mean that Miss Ning, mind you, I mean... Oh, hey. That Miss Ning. What was her voice? I think I know what it was. Let me just check. Can't wait for Blaze to show up. Can't wait for 5 other characters to show up too. Hello, Chen Qian. Is Miss Chen Hui Che? Miss Ning, I presume. Who else? Xi Che wouldn't have to go to the Ministry of Rights early in the morning to ask for leave to come here. I see, I see. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Ning Yin. I heard Chao Qian would be transferred to research post at the Imperial Historical Cabinet in a few days, so I came over to discuss recent events with her, and also to use some treats to hear her opinions, alongside seeing the writing knife. My colleagues at the cabinet are pulling out all the stops. They want to take advantage of the fresh winds of early winter to do some innovative research. What? Fong still doesn't want to come over? We'll never see this guy. But the kiddo made this hot pot, not me. I don't even throw in the weird herbs and roots. My mother says there is still many suffering from the disease across the land. He believes that in being able to divert this disaster, he is much more fortunate than sick. But he also says he will be in Yen for a while, so if he's ever nearby, he will come see you. Okay, if that's all, Master is rather pressed for time, so I should head off. Hold it. Yen pulls out a lunchbox packed full of food from somewhere. Tell him that if he doesn't eat it all, he's not allowed to slink out of Yen. Got it. No laughing. This one's for you too. This time it is Shu who offers a finely wrapped bundle. Upon hearing you were from Sargon, our eldest brother became rather interested, telling you a few things about your food. Little you had to make a few guesses, and he put his own personal spin on things, but he managed to make it a whole bag's worth. We thought it was rather good, but we're unsure if it's to your tastes. Please, take it. Consider it our gift to you. Oh, thank you, everyone. Our family never is a full set. The true value of life lies in unfettered ease. Even if you were able to drag him to your savior at use for a meal, he would find no taste in it. As for the others, young Dust is truly as tired. She is pardoned. She is a master of spinning words into wealth, but is far too soft-hearted to his own family. He wishes to idle at the garden, and since you is accompanying him, let him. As for our brother eldest, smells great. Are we late? I thought you two said you weren't coming. He said that, and I said nothing of the sort. Since I was coming, I couldn't just leave him by himself at the garden, so I brought him along. Nice going. This piece of work decided to work some magic at Dao Huang, then he's been hiding from us these past few days. What's his punishment, Shu? Let me. It should not be some trifle such as scrubbing the pot and washing the dishes. Then, no letting him off with an apology either. Too boring. Then how about... If you say something like, let us settle this later, it would be rather disrespectful towards everyone's kindness. Why not? G already gave me a rent holiday for saviors until next year, until the year after next. And then, put your business on hold for a year, take a rest, and plan your next ventures well. Man, that's Shu for you, always managing to find a way to let people off easy no matter what we think of. Letting them off easy? I haven't finished yet. Within this year, Chi, what you owe the others and are able to repay, you must repay. I shall keep it in mind. Alright then, everyone, take your seats. Blah, 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 blah. I know I just sleep a bit longer. Young Dusk said she wished to sleep until next spring. Chuan, why force her here? Next spring? She could eat some food before then. She has no taste in bedrooms. I was just leaving the Skymere Pavilion when I saw her sprawled out on the ground, deep asleep. I even shouted at her to no avail, so I had no choice but to bring her here. As she spoke, the slumbering dusk splayed out across Chun's back, suddenly dissolved into a scroll. Didn't think my little sister knew how to work some magic too. Huh? With the unfurling of the scroll, the real Dusk appears atop a boulder, seemingly sound asleep. The others also see that the thing sealing Nian's mouth shut is a talisman. None dare to make a move, fearing the next mouth to be sealed to be their own. In the end, it is Chi who cautiously peels the talisman off Nian. It reads, "You guys eat while I sleep, don't wake me unless Wang comes back. Also, to Nian, no firecrackers or I'll use my talismans to seal your entire body." Why does my family always have to cause such headaches? But there will be a day at this table is fully seated, for sure. Maybe one day. Late once again. Indeed. Far too late. A flimsy curtain separates the two. The library is quiet, the sound of pages being turned piercing the silence. Do you recall how many books are collected here in the Skymere Pavilion? No. 43 million volumes. 43 million texts compared to the last 1,000 years of history. These words are but a single grain of millet within a great granary. At the time, my greatest dream was to dedicate my life to complete a hydrological chart of Yin that our forebears could not. I had thought I could grow old here within this pavilion. This is where I truly belong. But it would not have been what was best for great Yen. The past is heavy, so heavy that no one can shoulder its weight, but also so heavy that no one can put it down. So much so that it should not be borne alone. Yet there will always be someone to bear it. You ought to hate me. I do. Are you going to say you have never hated me? I never really did think there would become a day that I should die by your hand. I even thought it was the only way things would end were we to meet. All I wanted to ask you was, after you left Pai Zhao, did you ever suspect that everything that happened was orchestrated by me to frame you? If I said I did, or I never did, would you still hate me for leaving on my own for no reason? Never. It has been too long, so long that this question is meaningless. That year our little sister bared my way on the road to Lungmen. Not far from Pai Zhao. I could not escape the city, but I could not escape. I could escape the city, but I could not escape her understanding of us. She begged me to return to the capital, believing everything could be explained. There should be no misunderstandings between brothers. In the end, she said she would stay with me until the day I wished to return to Pai Zhao and clear things with you. I should not have indulged her unruliness. I should have not have. I still have not yet met her daughters. They were able to grow up safely, one of the few bright points in my life. I should not use the word safe. The pity is I was not able to give them even that. Your regrets are many. In truth, I cannot think for a moment in my life where I am certain I made the right decision. So I sat here, waiting for someone to come judge me for my wrongdoings. Pacifying the bestial sway of great Yen. This single achievement grants enough merit to rival the emperor who began the hunt. But compared to him, you have the kinder heart. You are the only one who has never brought shame to Yen. Yen Li, you can set them aside now. Yen Li, you can set them aside now. You should set them aside now. Yen Li. Annals of Yen, Volume 124, Supplement 17. Someone's tidied up these scrolls. After receiving Chao Qian's request and her application being approved, Hui Chia arrives at a section of the Skymere Pavilion not open to the public to thumb through a few tomes. She thought it would be a lot harder, honestly. But when she went to check on the case from 40 years ago, she found all the relevant texts neatly arranged on the shelf. They weren't even hidden in the back. As if someone knew she would be here. Maybe it's time. Who are you? Why are you in my family's library? Huh? Chen looks back and sees a girl about 10 years of age. The girl looks back at her, timid yet curious. A lung's horns, bright red hair, and a striking familiar face. Chen does not need to ask who she is. Who is she? I'm Chen Hui Chia. I came to borrow some books. If you're here to read, are you also studying to become the true Lung? No. Dad said if you want to be a good true Lung, you need to read a lot of books here. When I go home today, the Grand Tutor will check my homework. Those with the virtue cultivate in their bloods, perform it in their actions, and state it in their words. By mastering the classics, achieved refinement. By remedying the ills and practicing the right way, achieve virtue. By achieving honest criticism without the care for offense, for achieve... the last part is... Is this the true Lung's daughter? Does he have a child? Do you want to be the true Lung? Can I not be the true Lung? Dad says it's the duty I was born with.
If someone says from the bottom of their heart that they don't want to do something, then you shouldn't force them to do it. When people are forced to do things, they won't be happy, right?
You're wrong. Dad said you need to do your duty. If nobody did, then the whole country will become a mess. I'm gonna go find him and have him explain it to you.
If there's a chance, I'd like to meet him too. But it's getting too late today. How about I send you home?
Okay. But do you know where I live?
I think I do.
You look like you know a lot. Do you know more than the Grand Tutor?
Oh, I don't dare compare myself to him. But when it comes to certain questions, we have slightly different points of views.
The books say the true Lung should love the people, right?
That's right, but what you should know is, it's not only the true Lung who should do that. Love your mother, your father, and teachers, your siblings, and your friends and companions. You have the right to love everyone, no matter who you are.
Dad also said that because the true Lung is the most important person in the country, I need to be cautious about every word and every action. It's the same with making friends, so I don't have any. Sad.
No, you shouldn't be allowed to make friends with people you like. Remember, taking such great authority and leaving in the hands of a single person and making them shoulder it alone, this in itself is wrong. It's not fair to most people, and it's not fair to that person either.
I don't understand what you're saying. Can you stay and explain it to me more?
Once you grow up, you'll understand. Once you grow up, maybe you can make a change. So grow up quick.
Guy has a whole family he's never talked about once.
Elder.
Fong Tung means rice bucket, but it can also mean idiot. But yeah, okay.
Fong Tung, a bunch of Fong Tung. I waited in the north for nearly 400 years, and this is all the progress Pai Sao Tiansha's bureau made on Orangenium research? Tiansha today are utterly incompetent. Who's the head Tiansha these days? Tell him to get his ass over here. After observing the unusual meteorological phenomenon created by Londonium shard 4 years ago, the Tiansha bureaus realized that the urgency of the issue of Orangenium. Since then, the Tiansha have labored night and day at their research, not daring to rest for even a second. But I fear there is no nation upon this land who can achieve the rate of progress you asked for. All I asked for was one simple thing. I would have preferred if you told me those youngsters were thinking up ways to slack off. That way their hearts might not have been doing the right thing, but at least their brains would still work. Ursus Casdal, no matter where you look, there's misfortune caused by Orangenium. I had hoped number 2 would be able to solve the problem once and for all, but I'm afraid time's up. There'll be people knocking on the door soon enough. Forget it, I'll move into the bureau tomorrow. I want to see just how today's young Tiansha are putting their smarts to use. Wait, forget tomorrow. I'll move in this afternoon. That you are willing to see this through personally is a good thing, Elder. But before you move in regards to the question of Orangenium, we have a guest from afar whom you should meet with. Oh?
I'm honored to meet with you, Grand Tutor of Great Yin. I represent Rhodes Island, and I would like to express my thanks to Yin for the information they have shared. I believe in these pressing times, candid collaboration between all parties is of utmost necessity. Rhodes Island will uphold the spirit of cooperation during our follow-up research and keep in close contact with Yin. First, allow me to elaborate on Rhodes Island's position regarding the Orangenium question.
You haven't left.
Good. Still planning on taking me into custody rather than letting me go, Lord Swo? No, the old Tian Xia has already vouched for you. Settling this turmoil the way you did, Mo Yi, was of great merit. It feels strange hearing you be so polite. But if you're not here to arrest me, then why are you here? To return this to you. So La carefully pulls a wooden lock out of his pocket. Things were hectic. I forgot to return this keepsake from your mother to you. My apologies. Oh, this thing. Mo Yi looks at Sola, her lips a quiver, as she pulls out 2 identical locks from her pocket. Stifled laugh. I've got plenty of these. You can keep that one. You. But I didn't lie to you. It really was my mother who taught me how to make them. You're about to ask me where I'm from, aren't you? I can see it on your face. If you do not wish to say, I shall not offend you by pressing the matter. I simply hope that in the future, you will not toy with others again. Still playing the preacher as ever. I've got a question of my own. What's next for the sway regulator? Honestly, it's a complete mess right now. When the chaos ended, the supervisor admitted responsibility and resigned. That proxy killed Sway. And after merging with that piece of orange in him, he fell into something resembling slumber. An unprecedented feat, the fermentologists are studying it with all haste. Sounds like a headache. Well, not that it matters. With you around, there's no need to worry about Sway Regulator making any big mistakes. Am I not as confident as you are? Or I am not as confident as you are, that's... As my master, the one you called Old Carpenter, once said, it is because of the differences between you and me that all disputes arise, no matter if they are between man and beast or man and man. Which is why he called for love between all things, for all things are brothers and sisters. Those 12 did everything they could and nearly died for it, just to claw back a way for them to live. If you keep looking at them with the difference between man and beast in mind, that would be pretty cruel. I trust you on this matter. tiểu雪. Alright, chat time's over. I gotta get going. Going where? Wherever I feel like after a big event's over. Returning to my search for the Fahrenmuts, trying to find any trace of that proxy, or maybe giving that rabble waving the banner of Shanhai Chong a talking to. I'm not sure yet. Until we meet again, then. The girl waves her hand, and in an instant she disappears amidst the sand-laden wind. I like Mo Yi. I didn't think she was going to be a serious, important character, but I do like her character. Yet another journey with an unknown end. It is not aimless wandering, though. It is simply a search for the uncertain, greater than a hunt for a drop in the ocean. He has walked so far and for so long. We will meet again. I just made that. We will take the last of Ya's vitality and bring it to the lands beyond Yen. The 1,000-year grudge between Great Yen and the Fairmonts is now over. I pray that this land will never see such bitter conflict again. As for your hopeful search to find Wang Shuo, we will not be of much use, though we would dearly love to help. We may have been companions with him along the same road, but we were acquaintances at best and knew little of his schemes. I understand. All I humbly ask for is to please inform me if you hear news of him. If we do, we will tell you post-haste, Grandmaster. But what you seek, I fear, may be eternally out of reach, just as man cannot touch the face of heaven. This game of his, he considered himself friend and foe, and all the changes of the board on and off, perusing the effects of the myriad actions, such arduous feats will inevitably result in the opposing effect, the opposite effect even. If what you seek is a means to free Wang from that tomb, then you seek in vain. But if what you seek is a stone in reserve or some idle scholarly digression, heaven and earth are wide and full of many mysteries. Tocha, sirs. There may have been a moment where the land under his feet was his board. There should have been some trace of him somewhere upon it, but what is being sought is nothing more than a single black stone. When he walked the paths of possibility alone, seeing a way out for everyone, seeking a solution, did he ever feel this helpless? That endless, far too endless journey, long enough to make a being like him ease the passing of fleeting time. Man cannot touch the face of heaven. Any news? Still nothing. But I believe some trace of him must exist somewhere outside the tomb. Alas, if he truly did not wish to see us, would all our efforts be of any use? Perhaps after Chia's fading, he could not forgive Yen, or himself. Is it this new Yen he does not wish to see, or is it someone else? Maybe. He does not wish to draw us into his next game. Next game? His plots are all ended. What would his next game even bring? What can it bring indeed? An even more hopeless matter. He may have accomplished the replacement, but he was unable to make muddy waters run clear. But he will not give up. He will certainly be searching too, for the traces she left behind on this land, for a glimmer of hope. You were always the one who understood him best, so still determined to look for him? I am. And once you find him, I will let him know that the next time he needs help, he will not be alone. The long-lived man stops to rest his feet, turning his head to gaze off into the distance out of habit. Yet another year passed. The snows are beginning to melt, turning the Qidao into a mud-covered bog. By the road, the weathered trees sway, a sprinkling of new buds visible. Is Qidao a road? I think that's what a Qidao is. I was thinking that last time when I was questioning what it was, but I wasn't 100% sure. I believe they talked about, I think they probably talked about Qidao also in A Death in Chunfun. They talked about roads a lot in that one. What's happening there? Speaking of Chun Fun, this background's from that. It'd be funny if this is Chun Fun. It is an ordinary village with an ordinary Wei-Chi stone, though one surrounded by a bustling audience. Whether they watch because of bitter battle or because of high stakes, he is unsure. It's over. Look at his points. How much money is he gonna lose over this game? Rightfully so, might I add. Imagine learning how to gamble with Wei-Chi at such a young age instead of studying properly. Look, you can't blame the kid. If he wasn't for his deadbeat gambler of a dad losing the entire family fortune at the board, not to mention his sick little sister. If you're gonna blame him, blame his lack of skill. Then again, the rich guy he's facing is a disgusting bastard. Looking at the kid's black stones, man, even the Xian would find it hard to save him. The young man maintains his determined expression, seeming to not hear the many comments from the crowd. The beads of sweat dripping off his brow expose the panic in his heart. It's obvious how things will end. He has at most 10 moves left. All he can do now is throw in the towel. He hesitates in placing a stone, even though he knows he cannot hesitate forever. 4-7. What the? Who's talking to me? 4-7, shoulder hit. The young man finally hears the indistinct voice clearly as it dictates a move to him. As he considers this instruction, he sees a way to victory he had never considered. Are you helping me? But who exactly is helping him? He looks about, finding no source of the voice. The young man returns his attention to the board, repeatedly calculating the feasibility of his breakthrough move. In the end, he is convinced his victory is assured. He adjusts his posture, having calmed down a little. A charm of black jade pokes out of his collar, gleaming with a deep, inexplicable light under the winter sun. Interesting. Okay, so it's the Wong we have. I assume is a remaining Wong that was split into the black stones, right? So not all of them were actually destroyed. We definitely need to look at his archive, because that probably will talk more about that as well. But I'm still curious. I'm gonna have to look into the Pagoda project again, because I thought that was supposed to. Nian, Dusk, and everyone created that so they didn't have to sacrifice anyone, but I'm gonna have to look into that again. This also means that technically, so originally we were introduced in Infield, and I was like, oh, I guess the Fairmont Heart produced the 13th sibling, right? But if Wong becomes Sway and Sway is still around, then 13th sibling could just be from Sway still. Potentially. Probably find out more about that soon enough. If we're lucky, at least.
According to the schedule,
We're gonna have to read Wong's archive. Doctor. It should hopefully explain some of these things as well. We'll talk more about this during the EX level. Because it's late. But I think overall, that was really good. I really liked that event. I think that was a really good ending to this storyline. I don't even know how many events there's been in this by this point. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm not going to count Death of True Fun. So 8. I guess plus integrated strategies. So this Ock Trilogy. That's what it's called. I really liked it. Really liked it. We did not get, however, a revival of Chia. So either that will come later, or maybe it will never actually come. Who knows about that? I wonder if Zola is also going to become the next supervisor. That would be interesting. But yeah, we'll talk a bit more on Friday. And I'll try and do some research and remind myself about some of the things happening here. So until then, thank you all for watching, and may the sands of time treat you well.